Financial assistance.
In the late 1920s, the prospect of a Hillsborough High student enrolling in college was bleak. The nation was in the throes of the Great Depression. Businesses were failing, and many of Tampa's beautiful waterfront homes were left abandoned. The principal at Hillsborough High, Frederick Spalding, didn't see these barriers. He only saw bright young students who were in need of a place to continue their learning. In 1931, collegiate-level courses were offered at Hillsborough High. This would later become the University of Tampa. On August 2, 1933, Spalding arrived at the doors of Plant Hall with a 100-year lease from the city and a firm resolve, and with the turn of a key, opened the door to the University of Tampa. In its fledgling years, UT was fortunate if it could collect half of the tuition due from its students. It was only through the dedication of its professors, who worked without pay, that the university survived the Great Depression. Over the next several decades, UT grew slightly, enrolling up to 1,800 at times, starting several sports teams, and even began accepting students from other areas of the country. But in the early 90s, the growth seemed to stand still, even stop. UT needed new life, some passion. UT needed strong leadership.
In 1995, Dr. Vaughn became president and UT began to transform. 1,000 UT students has become 7,200, and we are now entering our 17th consecutive year of record enrollment. All the while, UT's academic profile continues to increase. There has been $350 million in new construction since 2000. We have added 7 new residence halls, academic buildings and labs, as well as athletic facilities. Plant Hall even got new carpet and new windows. UT now has more than 3,000 events annually and 200 clubs and student organizations. We have won 13 NCAA Division II championships, and since 2000, Spartan teams have won 35 Sunshine State Conference titles. As a member of the University of Tampa Spartan family, you are a guiding force behind UT's remarkable success. We are alums, students, parents, and friends, and together we are changing lives. We are individuals, yet the greater whole is only complete when we work together. You have helped make UT a vibrant community with growing resources and a superior reputation. Just like in the beginning when professors worked without pay, the spirit of giving at UT remains strong. Last year, nearly $14 million was donated to the university by thousands of generous supporters. When we strengthen education, we strengthen our job force and our nation as a whole. Donations support academics, campus life, and a student's ability to afford an education. Your participation is what matters most and shows that our Spartan family believes in the future of UT. Whatever level of support, your gift is important to us and enables UT to provide the challenging, high-quality education that has defined our university. Thank you for helping UT achieve such great success.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us
And for college sports.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Hello and welcome to Vince Namoli Family Field at the University of Tampa for Day 2 of the NCAA Division II Softball South 1 Regional. Yesterday's action in Day 1, University of Tampa got things started with a 8-0 victory over Tuskegee, earning the right to play the first game today, and they'll match up against Alabama-Huntsville, who enters the game with a 44-9 overall record. The Chargers yesterday defeated Mississippi College in a familiar matchup of Gulf South Conference foes by a score of 5-1. That's game 1 today. Getting here shortly at 12 o'clock p.m. as the teams are being announced right now at Namoli Family Field. Game 2 today will feature Tuskegee and Mississippi College in an elimination game at 3 o'clock. The winner of that game will face the loser of this game that is about to start at 6 o'clock p.m. tonight. So any other questions, please visit tampaspartans.com and look for the softball page and the regional host page for information on South 1 Regional. Also is a South 2 Regional that's being hosted at St. Leo University right now. The Lions began yesterday, and over in that regional, St. Leo was actually upset in the first game of that one by visiting Auburn-Montgomery. So the Lions will, as a high seed, will need to come out of the loser's bracket there after losing 6-2 to Auburn-Montgomery. In the second game over there, Nova Southeastern defeated West Alabama 3-2. That game is currently going on right now, Nova Southeastern and Auburn-Montgomery. And the 1 o'clock game there will feature St. Leo and West Alabama in an elimination game. So a little rundown of the NCAA regional format, how it works. The winner coming out of the South 1 Regional in Tampa will face the winner coming out of the South 2 Regional coming out of St. Leo next weekend in a best 2 out of 3 series there. That game, we do have a score update at St. Leo. Nova Southeastern is currently on top of Auburn-Montgomery by a 5-2 score. That game's at the top of the 6th inning. So a Nova Southeastern victory would advance the Sharks to the South 2 Regional Championship game tomorrow. Spot where both of these teams want to be, University of Tampa and Alabama-Huntsville. We're going to give you the lineups here. You can also follow along at tampastats.com for live stats on all the games from the NCAA South 1 Regional here in Tampa. Busy, this guy. Home designation here was decided by a coin flip. University of Tampa won that. They will be the home team and be in the home dugout along the third baseline for this game. So we're going to break quick for the national anthem, and we'll be back then with some softball. All right, national anthem is complete. Teams are going back to their dugouts, and Tampa will soon be taking the field for Game 1 today of the NCAA 2 South Regional. The Chargers are going to hit first. Their lineup leading off is going to be second baseman number 6, Lauren Hayes. Batting second, right fielder number 2, Kinley Adams. Batting third, left fielder number 24, Kaylee Vaught. Cleanup hitter for the Chargers is the DP number 9, Jada Henderson. Batting fifth, first baseman number 12, Maddie Cartrone. Sixth hitter, shortstop number 1, Lila Young. Batting seventh and catching for the Chargers, number 30, Jessica Ed. Batting eighth, third baseman number 4, Gracie Green. And the 9-hitter for Coach Les Studeman is center fielder number 23, Sadie Thompson. Pitching for the Chargers, we'll have more on her as she heads the circle in the bottom half of the inning, will be number 7, Josie Thompson. For the Spartans, who have just taken the field, going to have ace Mariah Gelhaus in the circle for the Spartans. She enters the matchup with some impressive statistics this year. First team All-Sunshine State Conference, first team All-Region player for Gelhaus, who is also an excellent hitter for the Spartans. So she pulls double duty as she's also an outfielder when she's not in the circle for a team that goes 3 deep with pitchers. Gelhaus, a little bit about her numbers here. Like I said, she is the ace of the team. She's 14-3 on the year. In 111.2 innings pitched, she has 75 strikeouts, averaging 4.7 Ks per 7. And a 1.25 ERA for Gelhaus. Chargers set to start things off here against the Spartans. Caroline Watson is catching for the Spartans. As first pitch is offered at taken back and called strike 1. Spartans lining up. Caroline Watson catching. Kate DeSimone is at first base. Second base, Cameron Weininger. Shortstop, Stephanie Ballmer. Third base is Lexi Chevalier. Second pitch is an off-speed pitch. Going to be called for a strike. 0-2 count here on the leadoff hitter for the Chargers. Spartan outfield is same way it's been pretty much all year for head coach Leslie Canner. Left field is Lauren Fantone. Center field, Lily Keister. Right field will be the flex player, Mackenzie Allen. As that ball is served up the middle, Weininger fields and turns, but she would not have time to throw out a speedy base runner there as the Chargers are going to open things off with a base hit off the bat of number 6, Lauren Hayes. So good start there for the Chargers. This Spartan defense is outstanding. Cameron Weininger, another first-team all-conference, all-region performer, got to the ball, but she just didn't have time to throw the runner out as that ball is taken for another strike here. Galehouse has thrown 4 strikes as she settles in here against number 2 hitter here, Kinley Adams for the Chargers. There's the pitch. That's going to be outside and low, handled by Watson. Looks at runner back to first, gets the ball back to Galehouse. 1-1 count here. Chargers have another postseason run for head coach Les Studeman, who has built a powerhouse team in the South region as that ball is fouled off. Have 3 umpires today. Fans watching, that is correct. Normally we're used to the 2 umpires, but NCAA tournament we do have 3. So home plate behind the home is Mr. Alan Friedman. First base, Richard Cintrone. And second base, third base umpire is Anthony Amato. Ground ball there, fielded by Weininger, throws over to Balmer, who's going to get the fielder's choice out at second base there. So the Chargers unable to move the runner up, but they will keep the runner at first base there. Well, first out on the board for Mariah Galehouse, who the senior is no stranger to postseason action for the Spartans. This is 2 veteran teams here facing off who are very familiar in this situation here. First pitch outside to the number 3 hitter for the Chargers, Kaylee Vaught. Alabama-Huntsville with the Gulf South Conference champions, 44-9 on the year. That one is hit down the line. She had a hit there, but it was foul. Kind of poked at it and got it to where it would have been a hit, but a couple feet to the left of the line there. So we got a 1-1 count here. The runner on first, 1 out here in the top of the first. Mariah Galehouse set the pitch, and that ball is called low for ball 2. Kaylee Vaught at the plate. Number 3 hitter for the Chargers. That ball's fouled down the third baseline. 2-2 count here. We're even with 1 strike here. Alabama-Huntsville defeated Mississippi College 5-1 yesterday. A big inning for the Chargers propelled them to that victory. As that ball is through the left side for a single. Going to hold the runner at second base, but the Chargers are going to have first and second. 1 out here in the first inning. So a good piece of hitting there. She just took it where the pitch allowed it to go and went through the left side for a single. So Chargers are looking good here in the top of the first with a pair of hits off Galehouse already. Cleanup hitter headed up for Alabama-Huntsville, number 9, Jada Henderson. Here's the pitch, right down the middle, strike 1 called. We'll see what they do here. With their cleanup hitter, hitting .354 on the year. That ball's called low. Outer portion of the plate, I think it was called low, though. Henderson with 5 home runs, 36 RBI this year. That ball's bunted at and fouled off. Trying a little small ball there. Coach Les Studeman must have faith in her pitcher to get a run or 2 on the board and hold off the Spartans. So we're 1-2 on the count here. 1 out, and that ball is, she held back on that one as that was outside. Ball 2. 2-2 count there. As Henderson initially started the lunge but was able to pull back before she went. Good call by home plate umpire there. Here's a pitch by Galehouse, and that's going to hit her to load the bases. Well, this is a tough start for the Spartans here, who are facing an excellent hitting team, and they've allowed them to load the bases with one out here as head coach Leslie Canner will head out of the dugout and to the mound to talk to her pitcher. Chargers are hitting .335 on the season as a team. Going to have first baseman, number 12, Maddie Cartrone, hitting here. She's a junior from Hazel Green, Alabama. Cartrone hitting .286 on the year. She is the team leader with 7 home runs and 41 RBI, but this is a significantly larger field than what teams are accustomed to. This is a full 220 to 225 all the way around. It is definitely a pitcher's park here. So you're not going to – we'll be lucky if we see a home run in this regional. I don't want to jinx her into hitting one, but that's just the facts there as that ball is called for a strike. So she goes off speed for the first pitch here and gets ahead in the count on that called strike there. Bases are full of Chargers. As Galehouse deals at his outside, ball 1. Trying to get her to chase there. This is an excellent defensive unit for the Spartans. If the ball, Galehouse's goal is going to be get the ball on the ground and finish the double play here, which it's a bunt here. She's going to go home, and that's going to be an easy force out at home there. Coach Studeman did not like it. She's going to say Watson dropped the ball. They may actually appeal that with an umpire who might have had a better view. We'll see what they call here. That's either going to be unsuccessful sacrifice bunt or a fielding error on the catcher on this one. She's called safe. Watson dropped the ball. That allows the first run to score there. Right? Yep, that's going to be an E2 in the book. It was a fast play there where Galehouse came in, fielded the bunt, flipped it with her glove to Watson, and Watson, home plate umpire, was not able to see that, understandably, but got the call right when he spoke with the other officials out there. So that's a sacrifice there. She will get credit for that. And there's a strike there. It's an unfortunate play there for Galehouse, but that happens. Especially you load the bases, less than 2 outs. So 1-0 Chargers here as that ball's fouled off here. You would figure with the Spartans hitting well over 300 this year, top hitting team in the Sunshine State Conference, it's going to take more than 1 run to win this game here. But it's always good to be in the driver's seat as Galehouse will deal 1-2 count and grounded to second. Weininger is going to go home, and she is safe. The throw, she didn't get as much on it as she hoped to there. It kind of sailed on her a bit and allowed the runner to get in there under the catch by the catcher there. So that's going to put the second run on the board for the Chargers. That'll be ruled the fielder's choice, so it will not be a hit on the board, but allows the runners to move up. So we're still loaded as that pitch is down the middle for a strike. 0-1 count. Got 2 outs here in the – is there 2 out? There's 1 out in the first inning here. Bases still full of Chargers. Cartrone at first, Henderson at second, and Henderson is at third as that ball is outside. We're here at Namoli Family Field, the University of Tampa, the host of the Division II South 1 Regional, since there's 2 of them. Here's Galehouse's pitch, and that ball's fouled down the third baseline. She was way ahead of that one. She guessed correctly on that, or incorrectly on that off-speed pitch, but still made contact and almost fouled that one into the Tampa dugout there. So set up here, 1-2 count here. Here's a pitch from Galehouse, and grounder to short. Ballmer's going to field. She's going to go the safe way to first, take the out. That will allow the third Charger run of the inning to score, as Ballmer's been all-world defensively this year for the Spartans, probably one of the best fielding shortstops this program's ever seen. she was able to field that and recognize she did not have a play at home and throw that ball to first base there. So good choice by Balmer, although it does allow the third Charger to score. But it will put 2 outs on the board here for the Chargers as first pitch is swung at and missed. She had the Charger hitter fooled right there. This is the number 8 hitter for the Chargers. Gracie Green, senior from Athens, Alabama. So Chargers have they've sent 8 players to the plate here in the first inning. This is the Spartans have faced a larger deficit at Valdosta State this year. We're able to come back and tie that game, force extras. So it is a potent Spartan offense. So this game's far from over, but Alabama-Huntsville certainly ecstatic to have that at 3 spot on the board here in the top of the first. Ball is swung on and fouled down the third baseline. Galehouse ahead on the count here against the Chargers' number 8 hitter. This is a big out for the Spartans because it would be beneficial to start next inning against the number 9 hitter versus flipping that lineup over to open against the leadoff hitter. So big out here for Galehouse, who just wants to stop the bleeding here and allow her offense to get back to work. 2 outs here. Went high on that one, ball 2. 2-2 on the count. Galehouse has excellent command. She's able to work the strike zone and throw different pitches at the opposing hitters. 34th pitch is lined, and it's going to be jumped and caught by Weininger to put an end to the top of the first, but not before the Chargers strike first. Head coach Les Studeman walks back to her dugout with a 3-0 lead as we'll take a break with the Spartans set to hit in the bottom of the first.
I pledge.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Welcome back to Namoli Family Field. I'm here in the Taylor Flat press box at the University of Tampa, Spartan legend. Happy to call the game here. The Chargers start quick, take a 3-0 lead off the Spartans. And the Spartans will head to the plate here. Tampa with just 3 losses on the year. One of those losses was at Valdosta State where they came back from a 4-run deficit to tie the game, force extras, although they did end up losing that game. As that ball's offered at, pulled back, and be called for a strike here against the Spartan leadoff hitter, Lauren Fantone. Fantone playing left, leading off. For the Spartan fans watching, head coach Leslie Cantor's kept it pretty simple with the lineup this year because it's worked for her. So the lineup's familiar to what it's been. With Fantone leading things off, left fielder swings and misses on that one. For the Chargers in the circle is number 7, Josie Thompson. She's a junior from Bridgeport, Alabama. I have the numbers from Thompson here in a minute as that ball is fouled off, so it's going to stay 0-2 in the count. Thompson enters with, this is her 13th start of the year, has a 2.98 ERA on the year, 7-2, 63 in a third innings. She has struck out 48 hitters. Batting average against is .285. As lefty settles in, pitch, that one's going to be a pop-up in the infield, but it's going to sail into center field into the glove of the Charger center fielder. Going to be retired by Sadie Thompson for the first out there. Spartans have not faced a lot of lefties this year. They faced one against Embry-Riddle, game that they won, and the other one was against Nova Southeastern, game that they lost. So Tampa has not seen a lot of lefties this year. So it'll be interesting to see how the Spartans adapt to facing a lefty. If it takes a few innings or that second time, third time through the order to adjust, or if they're able to get going right away. Lily Keister hitting for the Spartans, sophomore center fielder for head coach Leslie Canner. Another left-handed hitter here. As we've gone final in the South 2 region, Game 1. They moved things up a bit to try to beat the weather. Nova Southeastern defeated Auburn Montgomery by a 5-2 score. So the Sharks, if you're unfamiliar with how the bracket works, they'll move to the championship of the South 2 region, where they just need one victory tomorrow to advance out of that regional. A spot where both of these teams right now would love to be, getting that win, take the rest of the day off. As that ball's called, strike 3 over the outside part of the plate. That's Keister's going to go down on strikes. So Thompson got ahead on the count, 0-2, forced a couple of fouls, and then was able to get her on that side corner. Leslie Canner did not like that one, but it's going to be a first strikeout of the game for Thompson, as that ball is taken high by the Spartan pitcher Mariah Galehouse. Galehouse hitting .328 on the year. So double duty for Galehouse. First team all-region performer, all-conference. Ball's right down the middle for strike 2. Or strike 1, my apologies. 1-1 on the count here. First time through for the Spartans in the bottom of the first inning here in the South 1 Regional. First of 3 today here at Namoli Field. That ball's called outside by the umpire. Charger fans did not like that one. She looks at her play sheet, and there's the pitch. That's going to be called high there. Got a lot of umpires in the stands today. It's fun to listen to because you hear one side is the Tampa fans aren't going to like it if it goes against their team, and vice versa for the Chargers. They're all guilty of it, as that one's called for a strike there. That was over the outside part of the plate. Thompson she's exuding confidence. She's not going for just getting the ball right over the plate. She's hitting her spots here, so that's why she's 2 outs, 1 out away from getting out. That ball's going to be blooped into right field there for the first Spartan hit of the day. Galehouse didn't make the contact she wanted on it, but was able to lift that one over the second baseman's head and get on base there. So that's what the Spartans need right here, especially with Weininger coming up, who is an excellent first season with the Spartans after transferring from Memphis. The senior's hitting .417 on the year. Had a triple yesterday. And that ball is a rocket down past the first baseman, and right fielder had a close play at first there after she came up with it, but that ball's going to get through there as the Spartans are going to have first and second here.
Next up, number 10, Avery Perkins, designated player.
So Charger catcher Jessica Eid. Apologies. Sam Baldwin is not happy with that. Going to meet here at the mound. Spartans, I guess for Alabama-Huntsville, you still have 2 outs on the board, and the Spartans' top hitter was held to just a single. That's not a terrible thing with Weininger's success so far this year as Avery Perkins heads to the plate. First team all-conference for Perkins, the DP for the Spartans. Swings, waves it first pitch, and down 0-1 on the count. So Perkins, the DP, hitting .377 on the year. More of a slap hitter. That ball looked pretty good, but it was somewhere that umpire didn't like. 1-1 on the count here. On the Spartan DP is Tom Colby coming to you here from Namoli Family Field, filling in for Taylor Stallworthy, the second best Taylor to ever come through here. Second to only Taylor Flatt, my all-time favorite. But we have a good one in Taylor Stallworthy as well, as we're 1-2 on the count here. 2 outs here. in the bottom of the first inning. Chargers have a 3-0 lead as Tampa hopes to keep the inning going. That's going to be hit to third, fielded, tossed to the third base by the Chargers shortstop in time for the third out of the inning. We're through one. Alabama-Huntsville leads Tampa 3-0. And we're back at the University of Tampa. I am Taylor Storthy, and I am finally here at a little bit of traffic. There was actually a car crash outside of campus. I do hope everyone is okay in that incident. But anyway, another incident occurred. Alabama-Huntsville was able to get some offense going in the first inning. A rare blemish from Mariah Galehouse from the circle, and she is ready to open up the second inning here for the South Regional Day 2. Game number 1. One of the runs for Galehouse earned, but 3 did come home. Thompson leads off. It's 9-1 and 2 up. And the count is going to go 2-0. 2 quick balls just missing. The 2-1. Here's the bunt. Galehouse fields it, and the first out is made. 1 away. And by the way, just a double mention of the lineup for the Spartans. Mackenzie Allen is out in right field. Galehouse in the circle, forming the battery with Watson. Chevalier, Balmer, Weininger, DeSimone, Fantone, and Keister in their standard positions. If you saw the game yesterday, the only change was Allen to right and Galehouse for the circle. Allen playing as a designated fielder, as Galehouse can hit at the plate. That'll bring up Hayes, who's 1 for 1. Got on board with a single last time. And this one's going to go right to DeSimone for out number 2. Of course, game 1 today, it is going to be big for both teams, but won't be season ending for the loser. Loser will be facing off against the winner of the next game in the elimination bracket at 6 p.m. to play for their season. Whether it's the Spartans or whether they can come back and send the Chargers down to the elimination bracket, we'll have to wait and see. We still have 6 innings to play. 1-0 to Adams. Adams got on with a fielder's choice and would later score. Squared up for a bunt, but pulls away, and the count goes 2-0. Galehouse falling behind the count early here. And I will say, for Alan Friedman, it looks like it's going to be tough for pitchers to record those first pitch strikes. It seems that the batters have a slightly better zone for both teams. Important as we get the game on stream. And once it turns green, yes, okay, we should be good. Got to give it a second for people to come back in, as there's a line drive foul down the line. Is it? Okay, so yeah, never mind. It's just going to be a little quieter for now. Okay then, but either way, we're back. I'm Taylor Storley, substituting now for Tom Colby. One away, runner on second, a 2-2 count for Kate DeSimone. Count goes full, throw back to second, runner safe. We do apologize again, just a little bit of technical difficulties on the stream. These computers, they're not perfect. I think everyone who has a computer at home knows that sometimes they can be hard to deal with. Earlier this season, I was doing Spartan soccer games, and there was also some similar issues, although that was mainly caused by the wretched heat we'd have sometimes on weekend afternoon games. I love playing in Florida. Not always a fan of the red-hot temperatures. So now we're going to go full once again. DeSimone ready to go. Popped up. It's likely will be out number 2 as Vaught tracks it. And Chevalier stays at second. Not enough time, not enough space to tag up.
Number 2,
Balmer steps up. The Spartan shortstop ready to go for her first at bat. And also, we do apologize if the scoreboard occasionally changes. It is still 3-0 Alabama-Huntsville. But it may occasionally flip. No Spartan runs have scored as of yet, which will be a little disappointing for Spartans fans. But eventually, hopefully, things will kind of normalize. And once again, just a couple stream issues that, they'll happen once in a while. We've actually had a really good spring on that front. Fouled away by Balmer. And the count is going to go 1-1. Still bottom of the second. Thompson doing well from the circle. 3 hits allowed, but has also gotten a strikeout and has actually maintained good control. No walks. Checks her wrist, getting her sign. And it's caught. Good ranging catch by Young, and that'll end the inning. Spartans once again get a base runner, but once again will leave that runner stranded. They've stranded 3 in the game, and they still trail by 3 as we enter the top of the third.
I
am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
And we're back at the University of Tampa campus. And we do once again apologize for some of the technical issues. But a team that is not having issues right now is Alabama-Huntsville. They were able to take a lead against the Spartans in the top of the first inning. While they were quiet in the top of the second, they're still leading against one of the best teams in the nation. This will be out number 1, though. Henderson can't get on base again. She was hit by a pitch in the first inning.
Number 12, Maddie Cartrone, first base.
That is going to bring up Cartron. Strike 1 taken down low. As we continue here, Gale House from the circle, yet to record a strikeout today. That's what she'll be hoping for as the game continues, as the count goes 1-1. Grounded over to third. Good play by Chevalier, 1 away. Cartron had a sacrifice bunt that ultimately had been misplayed for an error last time. But this time, there's no error. There's 2 away. Here comes Young to the plate now. Got aboard and got an RBI on a fielder's choice. Want to know? Grounded up the middle. Ballmer with the play. And this time it's a 1-2-3 inning for Galehouse. Has done well, getting 6 straight outs. Well, including 1 walk in between. But 2 quiet innings. Tampa still trails as we enter the bottom of the 3rd.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela burns it. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
Just about ready to go in the bottom of the 3rd. Here's an update across our region. Nova Southeastern has defeated Auburn Montgomery 5-2. 1 more win for the Sharks, and they will be headed to the Super Regional. That'll be the same case for either Huntsville or Tampa as we resume. And right now it's looking more to be in the Chargers' favor. But of course, this Tampa offense will eventually wake up, hopefully at the very least. But they have a habit of doing so. Fantone will be leading off for the Spartans. Her, Keister, and Galehouse are the 3-2 up for Tampa. Fantone flew out back in the 1st inning. First pitch popped up. And, just misses in foul territory. I think it was Gracie Green chasing. No, it was actually Young from shortstop. Interesting. Would have thought that would be closer to Gracie Green, but nope, Young ultimately called for it and was right there, but just couldn't make a sliding grab. Taken for strike 2. That was right on that top outside corner. And Fantone finds herself down on the count. Line drive to center field, and it's going to get down behind for extra bases. Fantone will end up with a double. In fact, Fantone's going 3 and is safe. The Tampa section absolutely loving that. Fantone with a leadoff triple. And that will bring up Lily Keister. That is just what Tampa needed to start the inning, to try to start this comeback. It was just a good shot down the middle and center. Thompson was unable to make the catch. Fouled away. And the count will go 0-1. Also want to give a shout out to baseball's Drew Earhart for the University of Tampa. He recently broke the all-time hits record for a Spartan career. He did so in a Tampa win against Newberry, as there's a bunt from Keister, out by a step. Rubio over at first base was hoping that the fielder had been caught off the base path. Here comes Leslie Cantor over to talk about the call. Galehouse with 1 away. And I don't think this argument will go the way for Cantor. As my friend Bruce Wozniak would say, you can't argue with City Hall. And you don't have a video review. And they are going to review it. Well, quotation marks. They talked it over and confirmed it was an out. That's just another string of things to go against the Spartans today. It's not necessarily umpire calls, no. Just unfortunate little fielding errors, a tough fielder's choice that brought home a run. Tampa's been pretty good in terms of the stat sheet. They've only conceded 2 hits and 1 walk, 1 hit by pitch, 2. And they've recorded 4 hits. But so far, they still trail as the first pitch for Gale House is taken for strike 1. Taken low for ball 1. Gale House had a single back in the first, looking to help herself on the circle. I'll say, though, Tampa's 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. That's not the best trend. Missed, and it's going to go 2-1. The low zone being hard for both pitchers to find. And for now, it's Thompson who's struggling to locate the zone. The lefty from Bridgeport, Alabama. Line drive to center field. It is caught, but it will score a run, and that is important for Tampa. It is now a 3-1 ball game. Sometimes all you need to do is make a sacrifice play to kick-start the scoring. Tampa will have 12 outs remaining at the end of the inning. So to just give them a little less work to do will be helpful. Cameron Weininger stepping up to the plate with 2 away now. Taken for strike 1. Misses the zone barely, despite the frame attempt from Eddie. Taking a look over at Alabama-Huntsville, they're going to keep the same lineup. Vaught, Thompson, Adams in the outfield. Green, the third base player. Young at short. Hayes, the second base player. And Cartron over at first base. The battery still being Eddie. And I believe it was Thompson who started yesterday, too. There's a drive by Weininger all the way to the wall. Extra bases with 2 away. It'll be another triple. It's the outfield dimensions. I mean, that one goes for 3 instead of 2. A huge hit from Weininger to bring up Perkins. If Perkins can convert, it would bring the second run home for the Spartans. Conference in the circle. They want to talk it over with Thompson. And looks like they're going to be making a call to the bullpen. This is definitely an easy prediction. It's going to be Katie Bracken. And she was brought in a very similar situation yesterday. After a leadoff triple by Dill from Mississippi College, Bracken came in, got 2 strikeouts, and got out of the jam. She only needs 1 strikeout here with 2 away. Conference, oh, actually, whoa, I'm wrong. It's not Bracken. They're actually bringing in Megan Schertz. We'll be right back as Schertz warms up for her first appearance in the postseason. And we're back. 3-1 lead for Alabama-Huntsville. But Tampa has a runner in a dangerous spot. And they have just brought in Schertz from the bullpen to try to manage this lead. We saw Huntsville make a similar change yesterday. That was to Bracken, who actually isn't making an appearance yet. That's probably because the Spartans hold on to a 3-1 lead at the moment. Things get a little more scary for them. I have a feeling they will go back to her arm. Swing and a miss for Perkins, 0-1. Perkins is also 0 for 1 today, but she got aboard with a fielder's choice last time. Schertz, one of the tallest players with Alabama-Huntsville, 5'10", That's tied for the tallest with Kaylee Vaught, who was out in left field. 1-1, just missing. Perkins takes outside for ball 2. After Perkins, you've got Chevalier, so I don't think you want to walk Perkins if you're Shirts. 2-1. Grounded and foul. The count goes 2-2. That one was very far inside, getting the far inside corner of the bat. Weininger gives Perkins a high five as they get set for the next pitch. Taken low, and Eddie back on top of it. I don't think there was enough time for Weininger to try to make it from third to home, but did take an extra step. Just going to try to keep Huntsville off guard. And that's going to be another thing. The Chargers probably feel pretty comfortable as the game continues. Tampa needs to start to get some doubt in their minds. Swing and a miss, and that'll end the inning. No foul. Oh, okay, it did tip. It's hard to tell for a second, but just got the edge of the bat. Shirts checks her wrist. There's a pop fly. Will it drop? Vaughn is on it and will make the catch. Tampa scores a run and strands another, but they're already a third of the way back in this game. The Chargers lead 3-1 as we enter the top of the fourth.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
So we're back, ready to go in the top of the fourth. Eddie, Green, and Thompson, the 3-2 up. Line drive, that's going to be a base hit. First hit in 2 innings for the Chargers. And the first one the Spartans have conceded in those innings. I think the Chargers are going to be making a pinch running appearance here. Take a look and see who it is. Chargers making the choice of who will come on as a pinch runner. And making that confirmation. Of course, you can make those substitutions and undo them, so that doesn't mean Eddie has to exit the game permanently. That's actually a feature I like about softball. It allows you to be kind of flexible in terms of making these substitutions, having essentially designated runners. Caitlin Bryson, an outfielder, is going to enter the game. Watson will have to be ready behind home plate for any potential base stealers. So no one out. Runner on first. Here's the bunt, and it goes backward. So obviously I think Huntsville are going to try to copy the Spartans playbook here. They are going to try to bunt and advance a runner. Now, I'd say copy the Spartans playbook. Well, they were actually the masters of the bunt yesterday. They actually did a squeeze play with the bases loaded and brought home a run. It was one of the few they needed en route to victory against the Choctaw. That one's going to be dropped for Gale House. They'll just take the force at first. So the sacrifice works. Bryson is on second. Strike one taken. Thompson was out back in the second inning. He was a ground out over to Weininger. Strike two taken. Close one there. Grounded over to Ballmer, and that will not be the first out of the inning. Ballmer checked over at Bryson and didn't have enough time to get Thompson. It does open up a double play opportunity and opens a force out at third. That'd still be a little disappointing to not get the out there. And there's one out. They won't get two. Hayes immediately grounds out over to Weininger, but the runners will advance, so now two outs. I'll bring up Adams, who's 0 for 1 today, grounded out, or didn't have a ground out, had a fielder's choice out in the first, drew a walk in the second. Taken for strike one. With runners aboard, Huntsville's 2 for 8. Within scoring position, they're 1 for 5. Of course, that number probably went down to 5 thanks to that previous out, the grounder that advanced the runners. Lined and foul, the count goes 0-2. Galehouse still looking for her first strikeout in the circle. This would be a perfect time to get it. Adams showing bunt. Takes for ball one. They've tried to squeeze bunt before. I wouldn't count that out for them doing it again. That one's going to get over to Ballmer, and the out is made in time. 2 runners get aboard, but none of them score. Tough news for the Chargers, but through 3.5, they still hold on to a lead. Due up for the Spartans is Chevalier, Watson, and DeSimone. We'll be right back.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
This postseason, these teams want to make it yours. And right now, the lead is theirs if you're a Charger. Or yours if you're a Charger. Theirs if you're a Spartan. And that's why they're going to try to get it back. Chevalier, Watson, DeSimone do up. They're facing off against Schertz, who got out of the jam last time. One run was scored for the Spartans in the bottom of the third, but they still trail by 2. Oh and 1. Oh, 1 for Chevalier. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Good off speed there from Schertz. Misses the zone for ball 1. Good frame attempt there by Eddie, but wouldn't get it. Schertz, by the way, is a 3.18 ERA through 18 starts and 22 appearances. Also has 10 complete games. Was the number 2 starter for Huntsville last season, or this season. Foul back, and it's 1-2 still. Tampa's a team hitting 5 for 12, but they've left 4 on the base paths. And, of course, hadn't benefited from any errors. Huntsville's fielding has been impeccable. This one's going to be chopped on the ground. It's actually going to stay fair, and she is safe. We had some excitement in the booth, and we were worried the microphone would be on for a second there. But a runner is aboard. Chevalier gets the single for Watson. No one out. Watson represents the tying run. Watson had a sacrifice last time for Chevalier. Wonder if the Spartans will elect to do the same. Corner infielders ready. And we'll hold up for ball 1. There's the bunt, and it's caught. The sacrifice going wrong. 1 away, and Green with the quick catch. That's the one downside of those bunts. If it doesn't get down in time, it can be caught. And also, the good news is Chevalier was alert, was ready. It's also very easy to get doubled up when that happens. Here's Kate DeSimone. Taken for strike 1. It was inside, but I think stayed over the zone long enough. It's 0-1. Oh, and 2, getting the top half of the plate. Although I will say that one looked closer to being a strike than the first one. Both were very borderline. But hey, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. You saw Galehouse getting a few calls, maybe that went her way rather than a Charger in the top of the 4th. Swing and miss. 2 away, and they are going to pick off Chevalier. Bad to worse for the Spartans, and the Chargers will enter the top of the 5th, holding a 3-1 lead.
champions know how to.
Not update the Weinstein School Board. Taken low for ball one. The count goes 1-1 now. Fouled away, and it's 1-2. Grounded up the middle. Good catch by Balmer. And now that'll end the inning. So Galehouse continuing to cook from the circle. That is a 1-2-3 inning, and we will be back with the bottom of the fifth, due up 9-1-2.
I pledge.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
And we're back with the bottom of the fifth. Tampa needs 2. They're good at scoring runs, but today the Chargers have helped them somewhat. Held them somewhat quiet. Tampa was able to get a run in the bottom of the third, but was quiet in the bottom of the fourth. Schertz has done a good job from the bullpen. Ballmer, Fantone, and Keister will be the 3 due up. Ballmer leads off. She popped out back in the second inning. Ballmer is going to chop this on the ground, and that's going to stay fair. That is a leadoff single. Ballmer with a nice little slap hit. 2 teams that know how to small ball are showcasing why they're some of the best in the nation. Fantone, who got a triple back in the third inning, is ready to go. The question is, does Tampa trust Fantone to swing, or will they have her sacrifice again? She has the speed to run out a lot of bunts. I wouldn't be surprised if they try it. They test the corner infielders, see if Cartron and Green can do anything. But Fantone ready to go. Strike one taken. Taken up high for ball 1. Good eye there from Fantone. Count goes 1-1 for Schertz. Two and one. Take it up high for ball 3. Fantone working the count. Yep. Checking the wrist and fires. Ball 4. 2 aboard, and that's the tying run that's now on first. Here comes Lily Keister. There will be a quick conference for the players in the circle. The coach isn't coming out just yet. Although, is there someone from the bullpen? Yes. In fact, that is the player who I thought was coming in earlier. Katie Bracken. We're going to cut to a quick break as the conference pitcher of the year for the Gulf South Conference will warm up.
This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
And we're back. I'll quickly go over Bracken's stat line from yesterday's game. She came on in relief as well when they needed her. en route to the Chargers' 5-1 victory. Went 3 innings, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks, and a hit. Didn't concede any runs. So Bracken ready to go. And I will mention that Keister is also ready. She's 0 for 2 today and throughout the season. She's hit close to 300 and a little bit over. Which means that she's probably due for something here. Although she also might try to run a sacrifice bunt here, get the runners moving. The count goes 1-0, she pulls back. Sorry. Taken outside for ball 2. There's the bunt, and it's going to go foul. It's 2-1. So Keister's still ahead in the count, but the first bunt almost turned out poorly. Gracie Green was almost there to catch it. There's the bunt, and it's going to go foul. It's 2-2, and the bunt idea is probably gone now for Tampa. There's 2 aboard. No one out. Can Keister put it in play and try to help the Spartans? Will Huntsville be able to try to turn a double play? We'll find out on the pitch here from Bracken. Checks the wrist and fires. Fouled away. Keister protecting. Two again. Keister protecting. Doesn't want to go down looking again like she had in her first at bat. Tampa's only 1 for 8 with runners on board, and they're 0 for 5 when there's a runner in a scoring position. Bracken ready. Fires. Taken low for ball 3. One more ball would load the bases for Mariah Galehouse. And then to go against the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Spartans with the bases loaded and no one out is certainly a tall order, even for a conference pitcher of the year and one of the stronger pitchers throughout all of D2 softball. The freshman from Decatur checks one more time. Fouled away. That one gets right past Coach Cantor. So Keister ready again with a full count pitch. Will the runners go or will they stay put? There's certainly a risk to both. They stay put, and strike 3. She's going to go down looking on a tough pitch. And looks like Coach Rubio just not super happy about it. Wanted just to double check quickly with Friedman over at first. 2 aboard still for Gale House, and Gale House would represent a go-ahead run. Here's the first pitch from Bracken. Fouled away, it's 0-1. Gale House is 1 for 1 today. Sac fly in the third, single in the first. That sac fly did bring home 1 RBI, the only run in the Spartans ballgame. Fouled away, and the count goes 0-2 for Gale House. Weininger's on deck, and as long as there's no double play, she will get a chance to try to convert in this position. And she has already converted twice today. Perkins behind as well. Some strong Spartans hitters further down, but obviously you'd like Gale House to try to do something here. For Bracken, it's certainly, even though there's no 2 count, won't be easy to get strike 3. Tried to frame it there, and not a bad idea to frame it. It did miss by some margin, though. They're once again going to get the sign. And a second, Bracken. We'll check the wrist. Ball 1, the riser just missing, went off speed and up high. Ball 2. Again, another good take from Gale House. And Cantor enjoying it. You can tell she's fired up. And you can tell there's energy here in the crowd. Could be nervous, could be excitement, could be both. The 2-2 from Bracken. 3-2 actually. Popped up. Hayes makes the catch. And actually knocks over Thompson while doing so, almost dropping the ball. There may have been an infield fly rule in play as well, as it was pretty shallow and right next to the infield. As Weininger steps up.
Coming for your job back? No. Kick him out.
2 away. Taken for strike 1. Oh and 1. Taken inside, and that didn't hit her. That just is going to miss for ball 1. It's very close, though. Weininger has a single and a triple, but hasn't scored yet. Taken for strike 2 on the high and outside corner. And that was a close one again, but I don't think Bracken was bailed out there. I think that was a pretty close call. Sometimes go 50-50. Here's the 1-2 to Weininger. And hit down the line. That is foul. The throw would probably have not gotten there in time, although there was going to be a force out most likely at third. The 1-2. Taken low. And Eddie is there, but Balmer wasn't going to try to steal third as it got in the dirt. 2-2. Still Perkins on deck. If Weininger can keep the inning alive, there's plenty of ways you can do so. That one's going to be grounded over to third. They're going to take the force out and end the inning. Tampa will once again strand runners as they trail 3-1 entering the top of the sixth. We'll be back with more Spartan softball. You're watching the NCAA Regional Tournament. Lila Young leads off in the top of the sixth. She's a senior from Madison, Alabama. Fielder's choice in the first, ground out in the third. Strike one taken. No outs here in the top of the sixth, as we're just about ready to go. Current line scores: 3 runs on 4 hits for Alabama-Huntsville, 1 run on 7 hits with 1 error for the Spartans. That error proved to be costly in the end. Fielder's choice error, a couple of those combined, led to a 3-run first inning for the Chargers. Miguel House has done very well since then. Still has yet to record a strikeout, but has gotten a lot of groundouts, like just what happened for Young. It brings up Eddie with 1 away. This is not an elimination game for the Spartans. If they lose, they will be playing later today at 6 p.m. And, of course, the game after this one at 3 p.m. will feature Tuskegee College and Mississippi College. The Golden Tigers and Choctaw will be playing in an elimination game. Taking a look at the bracket at large, I already mentioned in our region that Nova Southeastern was through to the regional final. A chance for one more win to make it to the Super Regional. This one's going to be grounded over to Weininger. 2 away. Taking a look at one of the other South regions, I believe Southwest, UT Tyler is currently facing Oklahoma Christian in the regional semifinal. West Texas is also facing Colorado Christian in that other half of the region. But they're still tied at both games in the second inning. 0-1 to start the count now for Gracie Green. She is 0 for 1 on the game. Had a sacrifice in the 4th inning. Foul. Went down the line, but didn't stay fair long enough. Gilhouse would acquire another quality start with just 1 more out. Fouled away. The 0-2 for Green. missed outside for ball one. Taken low for ball two. Green showing good discipline, like the rest of the Alabama-Huntsville side, to not fall a strikeout victim for Galehouse. And strike three. Galehouse finally gets it. Her first strikeout of the game, 6 innings pitched, 1 earned run, a solid outing, and she'll probably have one more inning naturally in the top of the 7th. But for now, the Spartans will hope to give her some run support. 5.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
On my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Here we go in the bottom of the 6th. Bracken continuing in the circle. 1 inning, 1 strikeout. Came on in relief just like yesterday. The Decatur freshman has remained pretty strong, fulfilling this bullpen style role. And I have a feeling if the Chargers are able to win today, we'll see her tomorrow getting the start in the championship matchup. Taken up high for ball 1. By the way, the schedule for tomorrow, 1 p.m., the winner of this game will take on the winner of the 6 p.m. game in the regional final. And if there is a Game 7 necessary, that will be likely at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Taken up high for ball number 2. And strike 1 is going to be taken. Perkins, the designated player, gets ahead in the count quickly. Fielder's choice in the first inning, fly out in the 3rd. And now is going to get ahead 3-1. The only downside for Bracken this season has been her control hasn't been perfect. Only a slightly above 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, which has been the main way she has conceded base runners. Good discipline from the Spartans could put them in a position to bring some runners home. 3-1 to Perkins. Takes for strike 2. Bracken ready to go. Grounded up the middle. That'll be a base hit. It was a slow grounder that split Young and Hayes and was too far for Bracken to reach. A runner aboard for Lexi Chevalier. Chevalier 2 for 2 today. But the big thing is, will Cantor have Chevalier bunt? That'll be the question. I think it would be the wrong move. Chevalier's got on board twice today with 2 hits. Although it looks like there will be a pinch runner. Indeed, Mac Allen's going to enter the game, replacing the designated player with the right fielder. Allen's generally been great on the base paths this season. And he'll be tasked with trying to make it home for the Spartans' second run of the ball game. The Spartans only have 6 outs to play with to avoid having to play later today. Bracken checks the wrist. There's the bunt from Chevalier. They'll just take the out at first. The sacrifice works. Runner in scoring position for Watson. It's definitely an interesting choice to run the sacrifice, but they're trusting Watson, Andy Simone, and Balmer. The trio combined is 1 for 5 today, but of course, they're due for some success at the plate. The Spartans are also due. They're 1 for 11 with runners on base. Here's the first pitch from Bracken. Fouled back. Bracken checks the wrist again. The one. Oh, this one's going to get away. And holding at third is Allen. Good reaction by Allen to see the dropped ball and steal the base. Cantor giving some encouragement there to Mac Allen. And we're ready to go with the 1-1 for Watson. Taken high for ball 2. And there's going to be a quick conference in the circle. I don't think there's going to be a pitching change, but rather they're just going to go over some things with Bracken. It also gives Tampa a chance to talk with the hitters and runners. DeSimone will also be in the huddle. She's on deck. If Watson can bring home Allen, that would be very crucial, even if it's on a sacrifice play, because it would put Tampa 1 run away from going for the lead. And the goal will be that Bracken will start to get a little fatigued as the game goes on. She actually did have a big workload yesterday coming from the bullpen. And the goal will be is that her control continues to falter, although that may be hard to rely on. In the end, that might be what the Spartans have to. Bracken's been consistently one of the best in the nation. She's ready to go with the 2-1. Watson takes low for ball 3. A walk would also get a runner on base. It would open up a double play opportunity, but also brings the tying run on first and a go-ahead run to the plate. DeSimone's hit inside the Parker before, but it's probably too risky to assume that she'd try to do that again. Anyway, the 3-1 here to Watson. And Watson swung at what I think would have been ball 4. It was a good idea to go for it, though. Bracken has usually looked for the zone in that count. Let's see if Watson can get on here. Runner at third, 1 away. And now a full count here in the bottom of the 6th. This one's going to be blooped up the middle. It's going to drop, and it's a 2 for the Spartans on the score sheet. And the umpire quickly saying, hey, get back to the dugout, guys. You're still trailing by 1. But a lot of excitement from the Spartans as the run comes home on a Watson RBI. Here comes a pinch runner, and that's also very unsurprising. Abby Siegel enters the game. And Watson will give a little pointer to DeSimone. That is a clutch hit for Watson. But Tampa excited. That blooper up the middle got down, and it brought the run home. That's exactly what the Spartans needed. Siegel ready to go on first base. DeSimone also ready at the plate. Siegel's the tying run. Grounded over to third. Not fielded cleanly enough by Green. And there is no play. The tying run at second. Go ahead run at first. Here comes Stephanie Ballmer. Chevalier with a few pointers for Ballmer. From Valrico, Florida, a longtime veteran of the team. I think got an extra year thanks to the COVID redshirt, which, by the way, puts an asterisk, unfortunately, on Drew Earhart's hitting record. He also benefited from an extra COVID season. There's a bump by Ballmer to advance the runners. Throw on target. And that'll bring up Fantone with runners in scoring position and 2 away. Cantor trusting Fantone's bat in this clutch spot. Only 1 out is needed, and there is no force. The only force will be first base. Fantone is 1 for 2 today. Fly out, a triple, and a walk. Ballmer's sacrifice was an interesting call, but it worked out well. And the goal, of course, would be to have another fielding issue. The previous play, the one that got a runner aboard, Kate DeSimone, one that got her aboard, was an error. The first of the ballgame for the Chargers. 1-0 now to Fantone. Fantone takes for ball 2. That's going to get the Spartans fans excited. There have been a few that have showed up today. And they will keep showing up over the weekend. They'll be back for the Spartans' next game, no matter when it is, as the Spartans continue their postseason. There's also quite a few supporters here for the Chargers. They were here yesterday, and they're back today. The 2-0 misses up high. It's 3-0. Keister on deck. She's 0 for 3. But again, it would be a bases-loaded spot, and a motivated Keister is not the best batter you want to face. There's no batter you want to face in that spot if you're Huntsville. Goes for a bunt, and that's ball 4. Fantone will load the bases here in the bottom of the 6th. The Spartans have stranded 6 and now have the tying run 90 feet away. And I think Tampa is getting ready. Gail House with a motivating pat for Keister.
Number 3, Lily Keister in the center field.
Both teams looking to keep each other motivated and focused. It's the bottom of the 6th, one of the most important plays potentially of the playoffs. Keister struck out looking twice, grounded out into third. And now she has a chance here in the bottom of the 6th. It will be a very stressful moment, not just for her, but for every Spartans teammate and fan. First pitch taken for strike 1. That was a good fastball from Bracken. And it's also very stressful for her. As a freshman, to enter this spot in the postseason, there's always going to be pressure. Keister has at least 1 season of postseason play under her belt. But this is where heroes are made of. The 1-0-1. 0-2, another high fastball. The catcher shaking her head saying that she disagrees with the call. Anything farther out, leave it. That is what Cantor could audibly hear over the closed window in the booth. And now the 0-2. Keister will take it, and that was a probably smart take because with a lead in the count, Bracken can use an extra pitch. She's on 43 now for the game. She's had, I think, over 80 in the last 2 days because of her 40-pitch stint in the first game that Huntsville played. The 0-2 lined and caught at third. Gracie Green will help Alabama-Huntsville get out of the jam. The Spartans have lowered the deficit to 1. The bottom of the 7th, if the Spartans can hold on to this one-run deficit, they'll just need 1, but that'll be a big if. 9-1-2 are due up for Huntsville. We'll be right back with more regional softball.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela Burgess. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
NCAA regional play continues. Well, it could be heartbreaking for Keister. A breath of fresh air and jubilating for Bracken. Bases loaded, a quick line out on the full count. Ended the previous inning. First pitch is going to be bouncing away from Watson behind home plate. Spartans made the changes back to their standard lineup. Allen, Watson, and Perkins back at their standard spots. Allen in right field. Watson behind the plate. As the count goes 1-1. Thompson singled in the 4th. I'm not sure. We'll double check, but I believe that may have been the last hit that Huntsville was able to get against Mariah Galehouse. Indeed it was. After the single by Thompson, there has been 8 straight outs for Galehouse. Tipped away, and actually it's going to be called strike 3. Runner is safe. That's a second strikeout of the game for Galehouse, but the runner is safe on the drop third strike. It looked like it fouled, though, from this point of view. I would contest that if I was Leslie Cantor, but although Cantor probably didn't have the best view from the dugout. Certainly, if we pulled up the replay and stream, it looked like it hit off the bat. Anyway, a runner will be aboard for Hayes, and I have a feeling with no one out, they will probably try the sacrifice bunt here. Hayes is 1 for 3. Takes strike 1, pickoff, and safe. Actually, ball 1. I'm not sure. Wait, was it strike 1? I couldn't tell if the umpire did it. Yes, strike 1. We got the confirmation. It looked to be in the zone, but I didn't see the umpire immediately motion for strike 1. There's the bunt from Hayes. Galehouse will elect to get the force at first. Sacrifice puts a runner in scoring position for Adams, who is 0 for 2 today. Vaught is on deck, 1 for 3 today. There's only 4 hits for Huntsville today. 2 of them have come with runners on base, 1 of them with runners in scoring position. 2 for 9 and 1 for 6 in both categories. First pitch low for ball 1. You see Chevalier and Balmer already ready at third base in case Thompson tries to steal third. Unlikely at this stage. I don't think Alabama-Huntsville would want to waste a runner. They only have 2 more outs before they have to defend for the final time. Grounded over to Galehouse. It'll work as a sacrifice. So another little ground out. 2 away now. Not an exact sacrifice. Wasn't a bunt. But it puts Thompson on third for Vaught. A hit would bring the 4th run home for Alabama-Huntsville and give them an extra run in the lead, which could be crucial here, as any run will help them. The Spartans' bats have started to wake up, and I will say they got lucky to get out of a bases-loaded jam. Cantor was upset at a few calls. The first pitch is taken for strike 1. Galehouse looking to throw the complete game here with just 1 earned. 3 runs total because of the fielder's choice and error from before. I think the error was what ultimately made that 2nd run unearned. Line to left and caught for the final out of the inning. Fantone didn't have to move much. And due up for the Spartans is Galehouse, Weininger, and Perkins. Bottom of the 7th, last chance saloon. The Spartans have one final shot to advance to the final, or otherwise Huntsville will hold on.
I pledge.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
And we're ready to go in the bottom of the 7th. Bracken on the circle. 44 pitches through 2 innings. A walk and 2 hits allowed, but hadn't let any of the runs. Actually, no. One of the runs did come home in the bottom of the 6th for the Spartans, so it should be 1 earned run for her. Doesn't even say she did allow a run. Galehouse at the plate. Taken low. Galehouse has just completed a complete game from the circle. 7 innings, 4 hits. Of course, there was an error, a fielder's choice, a few other things that just didn't go her way to bring home 3 runs, 1 of them earned. Here's the 1-0 from Bracken. Sac fly earlier in the game in the 3rd. 2-0. And obviously Bracken, be a little cautious. You see the outfield's pretty deep for Galehouse. The last thing they'd want is the ball to get behind them for extra bases. Galehouse, along with being a great hitter, pitcher, and fielder, has great speed, too. A real 5-tool player on both sides of the ball. Ball 3, and they could be walking her to bring up Weininger. But again, you might not want to walk Weininger to the plate. She's 2 for 3 today. Quick conference in the circle for the team. I don't think they're going to have anyone warming up in the bullpen. Bracken's the best they've got. Unless they'd look to bring back Schertz into the game. Or even potentially another pitcher. And number 7, I think, might be getting a few tosses in. Josie Thompson started, and of course, you can bring back a pitcher in the game, too, for softball. So she could be in line for the save and win. Would be very interesting. 3-0 to Galehouse. The lefty would also be a good player to bring in against Perkins. As ball 4 is missing in the dirt. Here comes Weininger. I think our eyes are going to be over at the Chargers dugout, see if there's any movement. But as long as there's no movement, that means Bracken will continue. That's her 2nd walk of the game. And, well, there is movement now. I don't think they'll ask for the ball yet, because they're not talking with the umpires. Tampa will also get a conference here over by the dugout. Perkins and Weininger getting some tips. The go-ahead run will be at the plate. That run is also the winning run for the Tampa Spartans. The tying run is at first. High five from Galehouse to Weininger. The two strongest Spartan hitters this season. And we are ready to go. There's just 3 outs for the Spartans. I do not think they're going to have Weininger bunt. It is an idea. It's a good idea to try to get the runner moving. But with a good hitter like Weininger, to use her to bunt would be an interesting call from Cantor. What will she do? Corner infielder is going to be ready. First pitch from Bracken. Taken for strike 1. Good idea to see if she still got it. That ended a streak of 4 missed pitches in a row. They all had gone into the dirt to start the first at bat against Galehouse. It was a good idea to make sure she still had strikes in her. And she does. The 0-1. This may be a take as well, I think, for Weininger. And a good idea to take. Galehouse heads to second, and she is safe. The bunt is no longer necessary. The tying run is in scoring position. That is going to be a boost of confidence for the Spartans. They still have 3 outs to play with, and the runner in scoring position. Both teams haven't hit well with runners in scoring position. Spartans just 1 for 10 and 2 for 14 in total, but the Spartans have gotten both of those hits late in the game. Bracken checks her wrist. Weininger pops this one up. It's going to go back and drops in foul territory. 1-2. Perkins excited after that one dropped. I know Spartans fans will be excited too. Disappointment there from the Huntsville fans. It is going to be a close finish here at Namoli Family Stadium. And I also have to specify as well, look at how the infield is. A hit up the middle by Weininger could tie the game. Grounded up the middle. It's picked up at short. The throw, not on target. Galehouse running home. We are tied. Safe at first. And it is a 3-3 ball game. The missed throw from short by Young allows Galehouse to score from third, and the winning run for the Spartans is on first with no one out. Galehouse has made it, and we are tied. The offense waking up. And Perkins, the lefty at the plate. And she's going to talk it over quickly with Cantor. And there is another conference in the circle for Bracken. Honestly, Kraken would be a great nickname because if you look at her stats, she has been a monster from the circle. I mean that in the best way. 1 conference pitcher of the year, one of the best in D2. And today, a little bit weaker, but had a great outing last time. And if she gets a green light tomorrow, I imagine that she, or even later tonight, probably unlikely, has thrown 52 pitches, is always a tough threat to face. That's why it's certainly far from over. We're still tied. Weininger at first. Perkins now will step up. And Perkins, technically a re-entry, had been pinch ran for previously. The first pitch. They're going to drop a bunt. That's a really good bunt. And out at first. The winning run is at second with 1 away. The sacrifice worked out, and here comes Lexi Chevalier.
Number 13, Lexi Chevalier.
A cheer for Chevalier. the longtime catcher, turned third base player for the tournament. Again, all they need is a hit, and it could score Weininger. Taken low for ball one. Walking Chevalier isn't a bad option either. Watson's on deck, and is not the best average hitter, although Watson does typically get extra base hits and harder hits when she hits the ball. You might want to open up a double play opportunity with one away. Might want to add a force out at third. But either way, here's the 1-0 to Chevalier. Popped up. Going into foul territory. Is it in play? No. That one's behind the dugout. 1-1. Three runs, 10 hits, 1 errors. The Spartan line. 3 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors is Alabama-Huntsville's line. It's an unearned run on the play previously because of the throwing error first. Could change. We'll have to wait and see. The 1-1 is taken high for 2-1 count. And Chevalier will stay ahead. That one just missing the zone. But a high pressure at bat for the Spartans. Chevalier fouls it back. It's 2-2. The Spartans will have another out to play with and another decent hitter behind. Because, again, the Spartans lineup is deep. You don't have batters where you can say, okay, I'll walk in. I can expect an out from this player. No. Every Spartans hitter is a threat, including Watson, who's 1 for 2 today on deck. And Chevalier, of course, always a threat. The 2-2 now from Bracken. Popped up, and that should be out number 2 as Young tracks it, makes the catch. Weininger took a lead for a half second, but we'll go back to second. Bracken, one more out to escape the jam and take us to extras. It would be free baseball again for the Spartans and for the Chargers. The Spartans did what they needed to do to stay alive. 2 runs in the previous 2 innings, and their bats are red hot. I think Galehouse would take the circle again. She's looked good. Question is, would Bracken get the call up and extras too? Taken up high for ball 1. DeSimone on deck. You could see Bracken pitching a little more around Watson here. Watson singled, bringing home a run back in the 6th inning. Second pitch goes up high for ball 2. Watson getting ahead in the count. DeSimone watching. The 2-0. Taken low for ball 3. The winning run is already at second, adding another runner. Doesn't do much, although for the Spartans it does open up the force out at third on any ground out. Will be something to watch for if this next pitch misses. Here's the 3-0. Bracken checks the wrist. And up steps DeSimone as Watson draws a 4-pitch walk. DeSimone, with the 2 aboard, has a chance to try to bring home the winning run. Or at the very least, potentially give Balmer a chance to. There's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Tampa's already tied the game. Taken for strike 1. Bracken finds the zone, and I have a feeling that she was pitching maybe more intentionally cautiously to Watson, because in this situation, it doesn't matter if both runs score. You can only concede 1.
You'd maybe rather have the force out, so I have to say good idea from Bracken. Anyway, here's the 0-1 to DeSimone. Taken up high for ball one. "64 pitches from the bullpen for Bracken. DeSimone 0 for 3, got on board with an error last time. Popped up by DeSimone. Tracking in center field's Thompson, and we were head to extra innings. Tampa has kept alive, and they carry a lot of momentum. Top of the 8th, due up for Alabama-Huntsville, 4, 5, and 6. We'll be right back with more regional softball. You're watching a classic. Gilhouse back in the circle. 7 innings. And now the Spartans will hold on to a tied game. Gilhouse scored in the bottom of the 7th to keep the game alive. And now we go again. Extra softball live at Namoli Family Stadium. Henderson, Cartron, Young due up for Alabama-Huntsville. Their bats have been quiet for a little while. 2 strikeouts for Galehouse, although funny enough, 1 strikeout was a drop third strike. First pitch misses for ball 1. McGinnis and Feldman would be ready in case Galehouse starts to feel tired, but she looks all good right now. 1-1. Henderson 0 for 2 today, but was hit back in the first inning by a pitch. Taken for strike 2. A good breaking ball landing in the zone. Just misses outside. The count goes 2-2 for Galehouse. And also for Henderson. Henderson's the designated player today for Huntsville. Line to left, and that is an easy catch for Lauren Fantone. Good contact, but Fantone is a great defender, and, well, that was not a very difficult fly ball to get to. That's going to bring up Cartron. Got aboard on a sacrifice error in the first, but hasn't been aboard since. 2 ground outs, both of them to the left side of the field. Oh and 1. 0-2 now. Galehouse 2 quick strikes. And you're probably going to see Cartron want to take here. Well, they'll be ready to protect because Galehouse probably is going to go off speed. That's what you expect. Lined and caught by Galehouse. Great reaction. 2 away. It would have been a decent hit up the middle if it got past her. But Galehouse, an effortless grab. That'll bring up Young again. Young is also 0 for 3. But that because She had a fielder's choice back in the first inning where she got a board and scored a run. Now, by score a run, I mean actually not as the runner, but as an RBI. Ball one taken just up high. The breaking ball going for strike one. It's been a go-to pitch for Galehouse. And by the way, you might notice as well, Galehouse doesn't have wristbands. Tampa still uses standard signs without having to consult the wrist. They do it from memory. A lot of teams have switched over to that, to using a wrist. We've seen it from Tuskegee to Mississippi College, and of course for the Chargers too. 2-1 now for Chevalier to watch. And well, this will end the inning. Galehouse picks it up on the grounder. And it's a 1-2-3. One more time, the Spartans will enter the bottom of the 8th with a chance to take the victory. We're back. Bracken back in the circle. 9, 1, and 2 do up. Balmer, Fantone, and Keister. First pitch. Balmer hits a center field, and it is caught on a diving catch by Thompson. One away. That's going to bring up Lauren Fantone with one away. Bracken gets the pitch. First pitch outside for ball one. And chopped foul. The count goes 1-1. With check swing foul ball. Similar to the play that actually ended the inning in the top half. Here's the 1-1 for Fantone. Takes it for strike two. Keister on deck. 1-2. Taken up high for ball two. Good discipline from Fantone. Two and two. And Fantone looking to stay alive. Bracken looking to get the second out. Hit and foul over close to the bullpen, which I believe Thompson was maybe finishing up, warming up in. She's ready to go in case that and she's needed. The Spartans bullpen, I think, is currently occupied by Tuskegee, who are doing their pregame warm-ups. 2-2. Fantone grounds it over to second. That's an easy play. Front number 2 by Hayes. And that'll bring up Lily Keister with 2 outs. If they get out here, it would bring up Gelhaus, Weininger, and Perkins in the 9th. Keister fouls it away, strike 1. Keister struck out looking twice today. He's grounded out and lined out. The line out was particularly painful. It was with the bases loaded. That's the perfect motivation, as Keister, you could certainly argue, is due for a hit. Blooped and gets down for foul territory, and the count goes 0-2 for Keister. Keister's come up in the clutch before. Had the walk-off to secure a perfect game for Mary Beth Feldman. Now is ready for the 0-2 from Bracken. Taken outside for ball 1. There's, I think, some cheers over by the Chargers fans, but yeah, that one definitely missed outside. And even though my view is a little skewed to the right, I could tell that was it's quite a bit outside. But Keister ready to go, the 1-2. Fouled away. That one goes off the Spartan dugout. The next game is normally slated to start at 3, but we may have to wait a little longer as we get everything set and the teams warming up eventually. But we still got a thrilling conclusion here. And a 1-2 count for Lily Keister from Bracken. Low for ball 2. Spartans have done better avoiding strikeouts late in the game. And Keister ready to go with a 2-2. Bracken ready to go and fires. Ball 3. Would put the winning run on first and bring Gelhaus to the plate. (3-2). Fouled away. Keister's gone down looking twice. That's why you know she's going to be aggressive here. She doesn't want it to happen for a 3rd time in the game. I believe that may have been Bracken's only strikeout of the ball game. (3-2). Keister line and foul. Green was not ready, and I don't think in the right position to make that play. That's always a risk on a line drive like that. And one more time, we'll go with a full count, a payoff pitch. Bracken checks the wrist. Taken low for ball 4. Keister gets aboard for the first time today. Here comes Gelhaus. Gelhaus ready to go. Bracken again. Bracken's on 81 pitches, over 100 the past couple days. As one of the other people with me in the booth said, she's probably going to go until her arm falls off. That's typically how it goes for tournament softball. 0-1, the first pitch taken by Gale House. I will say, even though Bracken has gotten ahead, hasn't been able to always get out of the count and get out of the inning because, well, she got ahead 0-2 to Keister, and Keister was able to work the walk. Checks her wrist. The 0-1. Taken in the dirt, Keister takes a lead but gets back as Eddie is back on top of the ball. Apart from 1 or 2 missed plays, Eddie's been great behind home plate, making sure that nothing gets too far. She's also been ready for pickoffs as well. Earlier in the game, got a pickoff too. The 1-1. Gales takes inside. It broke a little late. A little scary. Maybe think that's a fastball that's going for a strike, but no. Great discipline to hold up there by Gale House. Actually need to grab a little water. Bracken ready to go. The runner will be going on any hit here with 2 outs. 2-2, this one getting the outside corner. It's a good take and a good pitch. It's a hard pitch for Gale House to hit, so definitely don't blame her for not wanting to swing at that one. She will have to be more defensive now. Gale House is 1 for 2 today. Drew a walk, had a sac fly, and also popped out in her other at-bats. Bracken checking the wrist one more time. The 2-2. Gale House up the middle. Hits off the bag! It hits off the bag. They had the out with Young, but it hit off the bag, keeping the inning alive for Cameron Weininger. I know Spartans fans were hoping that it would take the hop off the bag, but it actually happening is something that's harder. Weininger at the plate. 2 away and 2 aboard. Another conference in the circle for Alabama-Huntsville. The winning run on second. The Spartans have 2 outs and they need 1 hit. It's another high-pressure spot. Weininger got a hit earlier. And despite going 3 for 4, she hasn't scored yet today. Bracken ready to go. The first pitch. Weininger, pop fly, and it is caught by Hayes. Huntsville get out of the jam. 2 late hits, but Bracken recovers. We're entering the top of the 9th, and we're still tied at 3. More free softball. We apologize if you're a Tuskegee fan, because this game is still going on.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby. Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela Burgess. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Tampa women's lacrosse took a victory, and they are arriving at the game today. They are ready for some free softball for the Spartans because we've got extra innings. If you're a fan of Mississippi College, hoping to maybe catch a pregame show, well, I'm afraid you're mistaken. Alabama-Huntsville and Tampa still going on. Gale House still working in the circle. First pitch, ball 1. 7, 8, 9, and Eddie, Green, and Thompson do up. They are combined 2 for 8 today. By I say combined, I mean I combine all the at-bats in total for the hitters. Lined up the middle, and that is the first base hit in an inning or two for Alabama-Huntsville. Fantona's on top of it, or Keister's on top of it. So there's no chance for a double, but it does put a go-ahead run on base. And here comes Green to the plate. And I can only guarantee you here, almost guarantee you, that there will likely be a sacrifice bunt. And it looks like we are going to make a change. Gilhouse, an incredible performance, 8 innings, 110 pitches. But they are going to go with Gwen McGinnis to finish the game. And also, Gilhouse isn't leaving the game. She just has to go back, make the tag to put McGinnis in, and now she'll play in right field. Like Shohei Ohtani when he sometimes exits the game as a pitcher and then plays in the outfield for the Los Angeles Angels. Gilhouse does the same now with the Spartans. Gwen McGinnis will make her first postseason appearance this year, and the first one as a Spartan. A strikeout machine with strong command. They're hoping that having a new pitcher on the mound will make it tougher for Huntsville to try to get that go-ahead run. Tampa's pitching staff is strong enough where there's no doubts for Cantor to make this change here. And McGinnis is certainly a reliable arm. No one out and a runner aboard. Green is most certainly looking to move the runner up with a bunt. Here's the bunt. It stays fair, and DeSimone will just get the first out to Weininger. 1 away and a runner now on second. Just wanted to get that first out. Here comes Thompson. Now as the 9-hitter, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Huntsville tried that again. After all, they've been able to do bunts at pretty critical times in ball games. Like I mentioned yesterday, they did it with the bases loaded. But there's a swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch from Gwen McGinnis. So maybe they won't. They're just going to hope for a base hit. Any ball that gets into the outfield would likely score Eddie. And I know McGinnis knows this, and that's why she's ready. 0-2 now finds the zone. Those of you wondering why Feldman maybe didn't come in, well, the reason is she pitched yesterday. I think that's the simplest one. But also, I think Tampa wants to not have to risk ground balls more. That's something that Feldman is known more for. She can get ground balls and those easy outs, but I think they want to go for strikeouts. And McGinnis gets a first one for 2 away here in the top of the 9th. That's only the 3rd strikeout of the game for Alabama-Huntsville. That'll bring in Hayes. I would not be surprised if, even with 2 outs, we see maybe a bunt attempt from Hayes. But here's the thing. That's just because Alabama-Huntsville likes to play small ball. They like to take those risks. But here, I don't think it's a spot you do so I'm actually going to contradict myself. I don't know what I'm doing. Hayes takes strike 1. She's 1 for 3 today with a hit back in the 1st. Had a sacrifice in the 7th. Taken up high for ball 1. Didn't go. The rising heater there. Missing the plate. The freshman from Tallahassee. Fires low for ball 2. The 2-1. Fouled away. And it's going to be 2 strikes now and 2 balls and 2 outs. Grounded to third. Picked up by Chevalier. And the Spartans get out of the inning. McGinnis gets the 3 outs in her first inning in relief. And 5, 6, and 7 are due up for the Spartans. Bottom of the 9th coming up here at Namoli Family Stadium.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're ready to go. The final warm-up once again for Bracken. Has almost had a pretty much complete start at this stage. 4 innings, 4 hits, 4 walks. Perkins will lead off, had a single in the 6th, sacrifice in the 7th. Her, Chevalier, and Watson are the 3 due up. There's a base hit to start the inning. Perkins got it over the infield. That was not playable for Hayes or Cartron. Just what the Spartans needed to start out. Here comes Chevalier again. And I have a feeling Chevalier might try for another sacrifice, potentially. Two singles in the 2nd and 4th. A sacrifice in the 6th, and fouled out in the 7th. Misses for ball 1. Dances out of the way of it, actually. Got to be careful when leaning forward like that to try to bunt it, because if you do pull back and get hit, you could be said, hey, you were crowding the plate. 1-0 here for Chevalier. It looks like she is going for a sacrifice, get the winning run in scoring position. The bunt drops and bounces off her, so it's foul. Would have been a nice bunt. Not sure if it would have stayed fair on that initial trajectory, but if it did, it would have been good. 1-1 now. You've got Watson on deck, DeSimone afterwards. I don't think Tampa would make any pinch hits there. They would keep the duo ready. One to Bracken. Here's the bunt. It gets down. The throw to first is on target. Perkins to second, and Watson to the plate. Chevalier with her 2nd sacrifice of the game to help the Spartans offense keep moving. One away for Watson. Bracken checks the wrist. Taken for strike 1. Watson was given a walk last time with 2 outs. Bracken was not taking any risks in the 7th with her. This time will open up with a strike. The 0-1. Watson, a pop-up. Could be out number 2 here. And it's caught. That'll bring up Kate DeSimone. The job will be a little harder, but you also have to remember, Perkins is running on anything. Probably not a shallow grounder over to shortstop, though. You don't want to get tagged down on the base path. But if DeSimone can get her first hit of the ball game, it would be crucial. She got on with an error in the 6th. Flew out twice as well. On deck is Stephanie Ballmer. Checked. Did she go? No. Ball 1. They looked to first for a second, and, well, they forgot that Richard Cintron, the first base umpire, is currently over at second base, playing in the middle of the field. Bracken checks the wrist. The 1-0. DeSimone takes, and this one is strike 1, just on the inside corner. 1-1. Taken for ball 2. Very close that time. I would not have been surprised if that was a strike. I wouldn't have actually contested it either. Wasn't a bad pitch from Bracken. And we're going to go 2-1 to DeSimone now. Runner on second. You've got a hole in the middle. The corners are covered. DeSimone grounded to third. The throw to first on target. We're going to the top of the 10th. 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Chargers. And we will be back with more regional softball right after this.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Adams, Vaught, and Henderson due up. The trio combined 1 for 10 as we get ready for the top of the 10th inning. This has been a war. The Spartans and Chargers still tied. The Spartans made a heroic comeback in the bottom of the 7th as this first pitch is taken for a surprising ball 1. A similar pitch in the previous inning was a ball for a Spartan player, so I guess that kind of evens it out there. For Adams. Adams is 0 for 3 today. Got a board, and as this one also misses, I do not know what McGinnis needs to do to find the zone there. So that looked good. Fielder's choice in the first, scored, drew a walk, and 2 grounders. That's the stat line so far for Adams. 2-1. The 2-1 swing and a miss. A good off-speed pitch there by McGinnis. And now she's back ahead in the count, 2-2. Flashes bunt. Lined in the middle. Good pickup by Balmer. 1 away. Balmer with some great defense once again. That brings Vaught to the plate. She's 1 for 4 with a hit from the first inning. Put the ball in the air each time. A line drive and 2 pop-outs. Now, fly balls are typically better than grounders, because even though grounders will be better for average, you're going to get better slugging percentages from fly balls, because the ball that drops in the outfield is probably going to be extra bases. And here the Spartans feel, well, you're looking at a triple sometimes if it gets over the outfield. 1-1 now for Vaught. McGinnis working quickly. Tried to frame it, but Watson couldn't get the call. It's 2-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. McGinnis getting some good whiffs so far. And again, she is the future for the Spartans rotation. Swing and a miss, another strikeout for McGinnis. That is the reason Cantor wanted her in the game. Lessen the load on the fielders by getting a few quick strikeouts. Hoping to avoid the same fate now will be Henderson. The freshman is 0 for 3 today, but was hit by a pitch and later scored the final run that came home in the first inning. Swing and a miss, strike one. It's been a classic here between Huntsville and Tampa. A postseason matchup to remember. And it is still going. 0-1. Taken high. That's how each count has started. A strike and then a ball. But generally, McGinnis has been able to keep working, even when falling to 2-1, which has happened both times. This time goes for a strike and gets ahead 1-2. Top of the order would be due up for the Spartans. Just misses a little bit low. It's 2-2. Really tough take there for Henderson. So it looked good up until the very end. And what's going on? Oh, looks like there's a snake on the field. I could see it. I'm not sure if you can see it on the camera, but you see Ballmer just chasing it away. And there's the camera trying to zoom in, courtesy of Tom Colby. I think the snake is going to be sent to the warning track. Now, the problem will be, if the ball is hit to that warning track, can the fielders deal with it? Applause for Ballmer getting it out of play. A big cheering for Mac Allen as well. Oh, no. We apologize if you're Florida Southern. Tom Colby made a joke saying that Florida Southern had made an appearance at the regional. If you're from the Gulf South Conference and if you're confused, well, Florida Southern and Tampa are rivals in a lot of sports, as this one's fouled away. So no love lost here. If you're a Florida Southern viewer checking in, we hope you're having a great day. Still 2-2. Foul back. If you're thinking about the snake and thinking of it as a rival, think about any favorite Gulf South Conference team you faced if you're a Chargers fan. Anyway, we'll go again after another foul ball. 2-2. Popped up. Weininger tracking back and making the play. We'll be right back after this with the bottom of the 10th inning.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Yep. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. The mocks. Honestly, though, I agree, Florida. Oh, yeah. All right, you're mute. Anyway, away from talks of snakes and rivals and any other fun things this late into the game, bottom of the 10th, Stephanie Ballmer, the Snake Charmer, that is an actually incredible nickname, will lead off for the Spartans. First pitch, and it's hit up the middle. Ballmer has a chance to be the winning run. Fantone at the plate. And, well, if you watched Tampa softball, I think you know what's next. And at this point in the game, you probably know what's next if you're Alabama-Huntsville. So they will be ready to try to go for the bunt. Fantone is 1 for 5 appearances, 1 for 3 in terms of the at-bat record, because apart from the triple, she's drawn 2 walks. Here's the bunt. It's good and placed down. The out, and they get her at second. Good play from home plate by Eddie. Actually, I think Green was able to make the play right there. That'll bring Keister to the plate. With 1 out, I don't think Tampa's going to elect to make a sacrifice, even with Galehouse on deck. This is a situation where I think you're going to have Keister swinging. The goal would be to at least avoid a double play. An opportunity is real. Tampa's good on the base path, though, so they generally avoid it. First pitch, fouled away. Ooh, that one actually hit into Galehouse as she was taking a warm-up swing. I wonder if they're going to maybe have Fantone steal. That's another potential option. Could be going a hit and run with Keister. And again, if you're doing a hit and run, what you don't want to do is have a line drive or a little pop-up. You want to get on top of it and get it to bounce off the ground. It's an 0-1 now to Keister. She actually went for a bunt and pulled back. It's 1-1. Bracken has now over 100 pitches today after having 50 yesterday. That is over 150 in the last 24 hours. You do wonder if eventually they would go back to Josie Thompson or give someone else a chance. But for now, they're going to keep relying on Bracken. The grounder. Oh, it's going to deflect off of Green's glove. The go-ahead winning run is at second for Mariah Galehouse. This is a way you can give one more run of support, not for yourself from the circle, but now as the right fielder. Here comes Galehouse. Bracken points to the outfield, telling them to get ready. And indeed, if there's anyone with some pop behind the bat, it is Galehouse. She's 2 for 3 today with a walk and a sac fly. Galehouse likes the first pitch. It's foul. 1 away, so you also have a chance for Weininger on deck. She's 3 for 5. This is the heart of the Spartans order right here. Fouled away again, and Galehouse, who's protecting early, falls behind 0-2. Now, we saw Keister earlier in the game work herself out of an 0-2 count to draw a full count walk. Galehouse might not want to get a walk. She just might want to try to end it here. But also, Bracken would like to try to get out of the inning here. A big 0-2 pitch coming up from Bracken, the Kraken, if we're going to keep using nicknames. Grounded up the middle. They turn 1, but they can't get 2. They'll take a fielder's choice at second to put runners at the corners. Weininger with a runner just 66 feet from home. 3 for 5 today, and they need one more out. They need one more hit. A battle of two wills. Now look at all of this space in the middle of the field. They are putting their life's savings on a grounder to the left or pulled to the right. Here's the first pitch to Weininger. Popped up, and it is caught. Weininger popped up last time and pops up this time. Will enter the top of the 11th. Yes, we go again. More free softball. We are sorry, Tuskegee and Mississippi College fans. Leading off is Cartron. And we are ready to go. Top of the 11th. We are still tied at 3. Popped up and foul. It's 0-1. McGinnis still in the circle. It's not a great start. Popped up. This time it's in play. And Watson gets out number 1. Notice McGinnis actually has put on a mask this inning. Actually, she might have had it before. I'm not fully sure.
Number 1, Lila Young, shortstop.
And that'll bring up Young, who's 0 for 4 today. On deck, though, is Eddie, the only multi-hit player for Alabama-Huntsville. Alabama-Huntsville has only had 5 hits through the 10 innings so far. And actually, there's going to be a change. Alexa Dahit is going to come into the game. The infielder from Madison, Alabama will get a shot here. Dothit takes ball 1. If you need any help pronouncing your name, it's Dothit, rhyming with goth. This will be her first at-bat of the postseason. And takes, ball 2 very close there. And we certainly are going to have a delayed start for game 2 as this one goes low for ball 3. 1 away, walking a runner would bring Eddie to the plate and give a double play opportunity, but I don't think you want to walk here if you're at the Spartans. McGinnis will find the zone for strike 1. She knows how to find the zone when it needs to the most. And in fact, they're so ready for the next game. I think we're about to get the lineup for Tuskegee. As there's the 3-1. Swung on and missed. Thank you. So, yeah, in the booth, we just got the Tuskegee lineup. That'll be officially up on the live stats page for that game. So if you're tuning in thinking, okay, when's that game starting? Well, it's going to be quite some time, as now this one from Dothit is fouled away. We've got 3 games today, and we are still in game number 1. Although I think you can call it 1.5 at this stage. It's the top of the 11th. In fact, the scoreboard has been reset. Popped up. And going to land just foul. We'll go again with a full count. Agonizingly close to being a single. Eddie on deck, the strongest hitter today for the Chargers. Now, I believe, even with 1 out, if a runner gets aboard, Huntsville might try to bunt, although I'm not sure they would do that with Eddie. Popped away again. And strike three. Gonna go down looking. Thought was ready to take her base. But a late call, and that is the second out of the inning. That brings up Eddie. Eddie's last appearance was in the ninth inning where she got a single but was kept at second. Has an RBI today off a ground out in the first. And takes strike one. Due up for the Spartans. 5, 6, and 7. And here's the first pitch from McGinnis, or second pitch. Misses up high for ball one. Taken low for ball two. No, strike two. Oof, very close call. We saw Cantor be worried about those calls earlier in the game, and now I wouldn't be surprised if we see Studeman get a little worried. 1-2 and another strikeout for Gwen McGinnis. That's 4 on the ball game. And we are entering the bottom of the 11th, still tied at 3.
This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Bottom of the 11th. The entire Chargers side giving themselves a high five all together on the bench. In the field, they are ready to go. Perkins leads off. She'll be followed by Chevalier and Watson. The trio has done pretty good in the game. Perkins 2 for 4, Chevalier 2 for 3 with 2 sacrifices, and Watson 1 for 3. All they need to do is bring 1 run home. Chargers looking to hold on and bring it to 12. The postseason always brings out the best in teams and the ability to fight forever. Strike one taken. Perkins' last at bat was in the 9th, and she got a base hit. She was left at second, stranded. Perkins swing and a miss, down 0-2. And Bracken still working. She's on 108 pitches. Ball one taken up high. She's done a lot better to get more outs here, and even though a couple of hits have gotten past her in the past couple innings, she's recovered to get out of the jam. Here's the 1-2. Lined and foul. Wasn't too far foul. We'll have to go again. Chevalier on deck with some advice as well again for Perkins. Advice a team leader like herself has plenty of to give. Perkins is by no means a rookie, but that advice is certainly appreciated for her. The 1-2, Perkins takes, it's 2-2. And again, that pitch count will continue to count for Bracken, but the Kraken still roars in the circle. A great job ultimately from the circle. She's almost completed a full game distance. Lined and gets through for a base hit. It is a leadoff single for Perkins, her third hit of the ball game. That's going to bring up Chevalier, and I have a feeling we're going to see another sacrifice bunt as Watson warms up. The third base player, Chevalier, has actually had to sacrifice twice in the game, but has done it well. It's worked both times. Here's the first pitch. Bracken checking the wrist. Drops it down and it hits off her helmet. 0-1. That would have been another good sacrifice bunt and surely gets Perkins to second. Watson on deck. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2, so now the sacrifice opportunity has probably gone away. A good pitch to throw there by Bracken. Definitely fooled Chevalier that time. Chevalier not the type of player to get fooled often. And here we go with the 0-2. Bracken checking the wrist again. Ripped down the line and foul. And I have a feeling that Chevalier has wanted to hit a ball far for quite some time today. I think she's wanted to start swinging again. I wouldn't blame her if she's tired of just dropping sacrifice bunts each time. Popped up and foul. She's protecting and still going. By the way, the Spartans have had 15 hits in the ball game, batting .385 as a team right now. The 0-2 again. Popped up as yet another pop-up, weak contact, and one away. Would have been, I think, an infield fly rule if it was dropped. Here comes Watson. And on deck, DeSimone. The duo are combined 1 for 8 today, but all they need is one more, maybe even two more. It will be hard to score from first unless Watson can really send it into the gap. This one's going to be lined. It's caught in center field. 2 away. Thompson didn't have to move much for it. DeSimone. 2 outs here. Now you see the infield a little more spread out. Now they're going to kind of go back to their standard positions. You've got a hole in the middle. You got a force out at second. Bracken needs one more pitch to get through what would be a quasi-complete game. Strike 1. This one sent to right field. Tracking it is Adams, and it is caught. So that brings us to the 12th inning. We're sorry if you had other plans this afternoon. We'll be back with more Spartan softball and here at the NCAA 2023 Softball Championship.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills. more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
We're here. It is the top of the 12th. Green leading off, followed by Thompson and Hayes. Guinness has pitched 3 innings of 4 strikeouts. Doing great in the circle.
Number 4, Gracie Green, the third baseman.
First pitch, strike 1 from McGinnis. And by the way, taking a look for pitching stats for both teams, Galehouse went 8 innings with 7 shutout ones following the first. For Alabama-Huntsville, 2 2/3 for Thompson, 1 2/3 for Schertz, and from here Bracken has gone 7, a full complete game, if you will. And I guarantee you, we'll see her in the bottom of the 12th. 0-2 now to Green. Fouled away. Green is hitless. 0-2 today with 2 sacrifices, both of them for Eddie's hits. Popped up, and Ballmer tracks it. 1 away. Two 2-0 taken up high. Swung on and missed. McGinnis getting back in the count. And that's going to be strike 2. Strike 3. Thompson goes down looking, 2 away. That brings up top of the order in Hayes. Hayes has had 4 straight outs after getting the leadoff hit. Strike 1 taken. If you take a look in what you could call with quotation marks, game 2, she's 0 for 1 with a ground out last time. Because in a way, this is kind of another game in this series. Popped up, and that should get down. Running catch by Fantone. McGinnis will go another 3-up, 3-down inning. And we will enter the bottom of the 12th, due up 9-1-2. And we're back.
Number 2, Steph Bomber.
Bottom of the 12th. Balmer leads off. The Snake Charmer, as we quoted in the booth, got a single in the bottom of the 10th, but couldn't score. Blooped and foul. Gracie Green was chasing, but it's going to go behind. Still Bracken in the circle. 121 pitches. Now, softball pitchers can go a lot further than, say, baseball pitchers. But even that is starting to get into a question of how long can a player stay out there. The 0-1, Balmer is going to ground it. Picked up by Hayes, and they'll make the flip in time. One away. Good job the range over by Hayes. Not the easiest play to make. That brings up Lauren Fantone. Fantone got on with a fielder's choice last time. And she's going to get hit. The pitch misses inside. One on, one away for Lily Keister. So the winning run is on board. This has been an epic, a Shakespearean novel, performance, whatever analogy you like, and it is still going. Lily Keister, her 7th time at the plate. She is 1 for 5 with a walk. This one's up the middle, and the winning run is going to get to second, and sliding in just to be safe is Fantone. Mariah Galehouse has a chance to bring them home. 2 aboard, 1 away. Galehouse got a hit back in the 8th. Fielder's choice in the 10th, I believe. I don't think she bunted there, did she? No, I don't think so. Another conference in the circle. They're trusting Bracken. She still looked good out there. Certainly found a second win after getting to a little bit of trouble close to the end of the game. And Galehouse has a chance with runners in scoring position. There's no outs, you think about making a sacrifice and giving yourself really good odds to win. That's a lot easier to reuse sacrifices with a runner on third instead of second. And I think there's going to be a pinch runner coming in, maybe. Or no, they just want to take a look at the balls really quickly. We get a few more. Reminder, this is only game 1. It's felt like 2 whole games wrapped in together. And soon, probably 40 to 45 minutes after this game concludes, Tuskegee College will play Mississippi College, and the loser of this game faces the winner of that game. So, yes, a long day of softball to go, and we've already had one of the longest games for the Spartans season here in the bottom of the 12th. Galehouse at the plate with 2 aboard. It's gone from pitcher to right field and has done good at both positions. Not done well, but. First pitch, this one blooped up high, and this will be the second out of the inning. That'll bring up Cameron Weininger. Another pop-up. We've seen quite a few of those, and us in the booth, we are just tired of it. It's a testament to Bracken for getting weak contact. Weininger's popped up in her previous 2 plate appearances. But in total, it's gone 3 for 6. Had a fielder's choice as well, where she got on in the 5th. Takes strike 1. That was a good pitch, but obviously you want to wait. You don't want to go too early in this count. You don't want to go too early and blow this opportunity. Bracken wouldn't mind it. Keep her pitch count low and keep her ready to go for another inning potentially. Remember, Tampa would get bottom of the 13th no matter what. But for now, 2 away. 0-1. Taken inside for ball one. Perkins on deck has really come alive late with 3 hits. That's where I think you maybe bring on Thompson. Go a lefty-lefty platoon for the lefty. One and one for Bracken. Checks the wrist one more time. Up high, ball 2. Fouled away. The 2-2. Taken up high for ball 3. Perkins, as we mentioned before, is on deck. Runners will definitely be going. There's no reason not to. The full count, the payoff pitch here in the bottom of the 12th. 2 away for Cameron Weininger. Lined and picked up at second, the out at third. No, she's safe. It was put off the bag. The fielder's choice and the throw took Green off the bag. Bases loaded for Perkins. And another timeout to be called here. It looked like from what the people are saying in the booth, the foot just was not on the bag for the play. Feeling it'll be an error. The third of the ball game for the Mustang, or for the Chargers. And Perkins steps back up. 2 hits in her previous 2 at-bats. And out of the 4 previous times at the plate, she's had 3 hits and a sacrifice. Bases loaded. Winning run on third. First pitch, strike 1. Very close. But obviously, that's a pitch that can go either way. 0-1. Bracken gets a sign and is ready to go with the 0-1. Perkins takes strike 2. Perkins has been able to get on base, and Bracken has struggled with getting strikeouts today. But both of those things can come together. A big 0-2 pitch coming up here. Perkins will have to protect. Bracken has a few pitches to waste. This is her 40th batter she's facing. The 0-2. Grounded, and it's caught at third. The throw to first is in time. The Chargers escape the bases loaded jam, and we're headed to the 13th inning. We'll be back.
This is the University of Tampa. Explore your dreams. Discover your talents. Get ready to invent, innovate, and be a leader. This is the University of Tampa.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela Burgess. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
Adams leads off. It's the top of the 13th. Chargers and Spartans are still tied. Strike one taken. McGinnis has been great from the bullpen for the Spartans. It has been a long game, one of the longest for the season for both teams. This pitch blooped. Ballmer tracking, but doesn't need to. Fantone's on top of it for the first out. Vaught and Henderson also due up. The duo is combined 1 for 9. But obviously, there's no time like the present. Chargers offense looking to wake up. And like I said, we are sorry if you had other plans today. And if you are a Mississippi College and Tuskegee fan who's maybe tuned in while you wait, hey, welcome. And we'll see you not too long from now. 40 minutes, I think, after the first game ends. That's going to be when the green light is given for the first pitch of that game. Oh, boy, my voice is not going to be in a good shape at the end of this today, let alone weekend. 1-0 taken up high for Vaught. I think it's 1-0, unless they missed it. Okay, 1-1, so even everyone else is getting tired here, too. 1-1. Fouled away, and, bounces off Watson. She's all right, though. Gives a thumbs up. And we'll go again with a 1-2 count. Fouled away. And we'll go again. Now, there might be some nervous optimism from both Tuskegee and Mississippi College. Both teams in this game will definitely be exhausted coming into the 6 p.m. game. That probably is going to be played at 7 p.m. at this rate. Because normally it's these winning teams in the winner's bracket that have the advantage because they get a longer break period. As this one's going to be blooped into right field, and it drops for the first base hit for the Chargers in McGinnis' appearance in the circle. McGinnis had 4 1/3 no-hit innings, but this one just drops down in shallow right field territory, right by the foul line. Weak contact, but just the perfect little blooper. That'll bring up Henderson. Henderson looking for her first hit of the game. By the way, Vaught now becomes the only other multi-hit player for the Chargers. Henderson popped out last time. Strike one taken. The 0-1. Ripped down the left field line. That's a base hit, and that could be more. Fantone gets on top of it. Rounding third and heading home. Out at the plate. Throw to third. Safe, did not make the tag. Vaught rounded and headed to home, thinking she could score. So while it does lead to a Henderson triple, the play is out at the plate. So there's 2 away here. Although it does put a runner in scoring position. That is going to bring up Hartran, who's 0 for 4 today. The first hit at a crucial time for the Chargers. Great job getting to it by Fantone. That saved a run. The first pitch popped up. The Spartans may be able to escape. Gilhouse makes the catch. A hard stopping play at the plate. The relay made it in time. 1 or 2 hits and 1 runner left on base. We're going to the bottom of the 13th, and we will be back with the 6, 7, and 8 Spartan hitters. Spartans fans, welcome back. You want to hear a heartbreaking stat? The Spartans have stranded 20 runners on base. Chevalier leads off. She is 2 for 4 today. As we get going in the bottom of the 13th, Alabama-Huntsville, a close play at the plate away from taking the lead, but a good relay from the Spartans. Got the second out of the inning on what was a triple by Henderson. Fantone with a game-saving dive to keep the ball by her, not letting it get too far behind to have enough time to make that play. They actually almost doubled up Henderson at third, but Henderson was safe. They got a quick pop out to get out of the jam, but now Huntsville looking to do the same as the Spartans hold on to this tie game as Chevalier goes up 2-0 in the count. Bracken still going from the circle. Strike one. Now, earlier in the game, I had a jinx by saying that Gale House had gone a complete game. Should have just said complete game distance because, well, this has been certainly anything but a 7-inning showdown. In fact, we're almost about to enter the second 7th inning. The Spartans have a chance to avoid that fate and give Tuskegee and Mississippi College, who have been patiently waiting, a chance to finally hit the diamond. Ball 3, and it's a 3-1 count now for Chevalier, taking her time with the count. Giving herself what most likely is going to be a strike right here. I don't think Bracken wants to walk a potential winning run here with Watson on deck. Foul back. It's 3-2. It's a full count. Bracken set, gets her sign. Hit hard and foul. And at this point for Bracken, I'm sure she's going through the motions. She's giving everything she can. It's every single pitch. And it has been a long one. In fact, she is now over 140 in this game. You combine 50 pitches from yesterday. She's nearing 200 within the last 24 hours, which, by the way, we're about to reach 24 hours since her previous start. In fact, we're past it already. It's 3:24 p.m. Chevalier, a drive, deep left field. It is caught on the run by Vaught. Would have been extra bases, but a good catch by Vaught to get the first out of the inning. Here comes Watson. That's a big out here for the Chargers. That gets down. That puts them in danger. Grounded up the middle, and Bracken gets the second out of the inning. Bracken could get a 1-2-3 inning here. Here comes Kate DeSimone. DeSimone, the only Spartan hitter who hasn't gotten a hit yet. Did get a board, though, so every Spartan hitter has at least gone on base once. That was off an error in the 6th inning. DeSimone takes this one outside, ball 1. Let's give you a quick update over at St. Leo for their regional, because they're going to be still in the middle of their second game today. In fact, no, they've already finished it. St. Leo has defeated West Alabama 1-0 and moves on to play later today at 4 p.m. This one grounded up the middle. DeSimone takes a weird hop, but still on the bag and still making the play is Cartran. We'll be back in the 14th inning. Well, we got a 7th inning all over again. More
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 40. Touchdown. Michaela Burgess. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
College sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
And we're back. It is the top of the 14th. McGinnis, still good to go. He's gone 5 innings with 5 strikeouts and just 2 hits allowed. It is a warm day, although we've been certainly more accustomed to the cool booth. In fact, going outside to the warm weather, it's actually going to feel quite nice. But for now, we've still got more work to do. Leading off is Young, followed by Eddie, followed by Thompson. First pitch taken for strike 1. Ripped down the line and foul. Alabama-Huntsville players finally getting a little bit of success at the plate against McGinnis. Still haven't been able to convert yet. Young is currently 0 for 4 with a fielder's choice and an RBI. Alabama-Huntsville also stranded 8 runners. Swing and a miss, but it's actually tipped back. We'll go again. It's still 0-2. Strike 3. Young goes down looking. That's the 6th strikeout for McGinnis. By the way, just a note, if you are a Mississippi College fan and Tuskegee fan, we're sorry if you had other plans this afternoon. We are still waiting for this game to finish up. You will still be playing probably 40 minutes or so once this game concludes, but I can't even give you an estimate at this stage because it feels like it's just going to keep going. Here's a fly ball deep to Keister, 2 away. Eddie, who's 2 for 5, has just flown out. And that brings up Gracie Green. Green's been great on defense, but at the plate, not perfect. Popped out in the 12th inning. Had a sacrifice in the 9th and in the 4th inning, which feels oh so long ago. But here's McGinnis with the first pitch. Green, and that one, I think maybe tipped and fouled right off of Watson. Watson's all good. I was already planning to go 21 innings today. And, of course, 8, as I've been working with For the Fans Sports, I was not anticipating I'd reach that 21-inning total just in the second game of my day. Bottom of the 14th coming up after this fly out to right field. Good catch by Gale House. And, hey, we'll be back, and let's see if Ballmer, Fantone, and Keister, that's a top 3 I've said quite a few times today, can get some offense going.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Hey, welcome back. I hope you haven't gone anywhere, because then you're feeling probably the same way as us. Excited to see the team and also a little bit tired because, well, this has been a long one. Both teams have had so much fight. We're going to continue with Balmer leading off for the Spartans. Tampa's been struggling in the recent innings, though. Bracken has continued to be strong from the circle. You have to give her credit, and I'll also give the umpires credit. They have been out there, and they have been doing their best to keep control of this game, and I know they are feeling just as tired as the players as we get set to continue. Swing and a miss for Balmer.
Yeah, that's the problem. These kids are worn out now. They're never going to score.
And I have to say, it would be a good idea for both teams to maybe keep making a couple pinch hit changes because, well, again, you got to get some fresher players out there, players who are motivated, watching from the dugout the entire time. Now Balmer will stay in the game. Balmer's done well, though. 2 hits, 5 at-bats. Also had a sacrifice in the 6th. In game 2, you could count it as a separate game. She's 1 for 3. Balmer takes strike 2. This time Eddie gets the frame to go her way. That one was outside, but did position it right on the edge. Also, I think we've already seen some Mississippi fans here. We'll also see some more Tuskegee fans coming in as they still watch and wait. This one grounded over, picked up by Hayes, and one away. Good pickup by Cartron. She's done a great job to scoop those balls out from the dirt. And that'll bring up the top of the order, and Lauren Fantone. Fantone is only 1 for 4 at the plate, but has drawn 2 walks today and gotten hit by a pitch. So she's reached base, actually, 5 times, because one of her outs, well, one of the outs in quotation marks, was a fielder's choice in the 10th. Taken high for ball 1. And by the way, this next pitch for Bracken, that is 148 on the day. And I will quickly do a check in a second, as this one is taken for strike 1. Count goes 1-1, as now she has pitched 150 innings from the bullpen, or pitches from the bullpen. Lined up the middle, and a diving catch by Hayes, 2 away. By the way, Bracken had 55 pitches yesterday. She now is at 206 for the weekend. 206. That's going to surpass the record that was had between 2 of the Sunshine State Conference teams last year, as one of their starters had gone the distance so long for multiple days. Lily Keister with 2 away. Taken low for ball 1. You also have to wonder if Galehouse would start to warm up again, if Feldman takes a few pitches to warm up, maybe even if Kate DeSimone has to be ready. Here's the 1-0. Taken low for ball 2. Galehouse, Weininger, and Perkins on deck. They know how to get on base. They've done it a few times. And they'll be hoping that Keister can get aboard so they can try to bring her home. But if not, they will have a chance later in the game. By the way, Keister, 2 straight hits after going 0 for 4 to start the game. Got a walk and 2 hits to really salvage a day. Ooh, and that hit her. That is the winning run now on first for Galehouse. But with 2 outs, all Bracken needs to do is get a final one to send us to a potential game 3, if you will. It would be the 15th inning and would immediately go into the Spartan record books. The longest game in Spartan history went 17 innings against Palm Beach Atlantic. Berry was a 15-inning game, and Florida Tech a 15-inning game. The 15-inning games were back in 07 and 09. The Palm Beach Atlantic game was 2020. Bracken ready to go. 2 away here for Galehouse. Galehouse chopped on the ground. Picked up the throw to first. In time. Well, that's going to be 15 innings. We'll be back with more Spartans baseball, more Chargers softball It's at that point where I'm going to start to mess up the sports, and I apologize. Yeah, we got another inning right after this. See you soon.
I pledged.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Hello again, I'm Taylor Storworthy. Alabama-Huntsville fans, you've probably seen more of me than any other out-of-conference team has all year. We're going for Game 3 between the Spartans and Mustangs. Top of the 15th, Gwen McGinnis gets the start after going 6 innings the previous game. And by the way, when I say that, I'm being metaphorical. It's the same game. We're still tied at 3. Leading off is Thompson. Hayes and Adams are due up. The fans are excited, and we are ready to go. First pitch here from McGinnis. Lined up the middle, and that's a base hit. A leadoff single for Alabama-Huntsville. And the Mustang crowd is loving it. Runner aboard, as it was actually Phillips in as a pinch hitter for Thompson and got a hit on the very first swing. Thompson back on now as a runner. And they've brought Hayes up to the plate. The lefty sophomore will probably be looking for a sacrifice bunt here. It's the play that Alabama-Huntsville has gone for a few times. Now, with a runner on, I don't think they want to take any chances. They want to get that runner in scoring position. Here's the bunt. McGinnis takes the force at first. One away. The sacrifice works. Adams at the plate. 0 for 5. And at this point, I think if you're Tampa, you got to trust McGinnis. You got to just let her cook. One away here. Runner on second. That's a potential go-ahead run. Infield playing shallow. Ball when taken. The reason the infield or outfield playing shallow, they want to cover any bloop hits. A bloop hit had fallen previously. Put a runner in a dangerous spot. Lined and foul. And I know Fantone, Galehouse, Keister all got to be ready if the ball does leave the infield. You're going to have to be ready to make a play in the outfield or a run could score. It's a deep enough outfield where a lot can happen too. 1-1 on the count now. McGinnis has pitched a gem so far from the bullpen. Looks for a bunt, and that was actually going to go for strike 2. I think she kept it on a little too long. That was the reason because the pitch was low. But here's the 1-2 for Adams. Infield ready, outfield looking ready as ever. Popped up. Ballmer under it. 1 away. 2 away. Vaught at the plate. 2 for 6 today. The outfield doesn't want to play too deep for any bloopers, but they also can't stay too shallow. Vaught has been able to get on base a few times with a hit in the 13th and a hit all the way back in the 1st. Vaught fouls away for strike 1. I don't think you'll ever see a match like this again. I'll tell you that. The 0-1. Vaught up high for ball 2. Ball 1. With runners aboard, Alabama-Huntsville are 3 for 16. Spartans are 6 for 33. Foul back until it's 1-2. But the big stat right now It's just that there's a runner on second. There's 2 strikes and 2 outs. A huge pitch coming up here from Glenn McGinnis. Sent deep left field. Fantone tracking, making the catch. We go to the bottom of the 15th, still tied at 3. And due up for the Spartans is Weininger, Perkins, and Chevalier. We're back, bottom of the 15th. We've played 14 and a half here at the University of Tampa's Namoli Family Stadium. Leading off is Cameron Weininger. It is her 8th time at the plate. She is 3 for 7. Takes low for ball 1. Bracken has now had 211 pitches over the last 25 hours. She has gone the distance here and has completed 10 innings. Taken for ball 2. This is her 48th batter she's faced. And for context, there are 21 batters in a perfect 7-inning game. So she has effectively gone the distance of 2 games in terms of batters faced. 2-0 here for Weininger. 3-0, misses inside. With the lefty on deck, I do wonder whether that would be a call to the bullpen. I know those arms have probably been warm for quite some time, and obviously you'd probably want to run that as a platoon change for the moment. Thompson, of course, pitched way back in a period that was probably 3 hours ago at this stage. Anyway, here's the 3-0. Ball 4. Weininger, leadoff walk, and that is the potential winning run. Here's Perkins and Shirley. Is this going to be a change or not? Well, for now, we're going to check Bracken's pitch count. It is 159 in the game. And there will be a conference in the circle. The big thing is that all 4 pitches had missed. And actually, I think Bracken is staying in. $159 pitches. This next one is going to be 160. As Perkins steps up, I would not be surprised if Perkins goes for a sacrifice bunt again. It's actually the first time in a few innings the Spartans have a good chance to put a runner to second. The infield playing in for Alabama-Huntsville. The bunt's going to go down. Throw to first. On target. 1 away and a runner on second. Chevalier has a chance to try to drive home what could be the winning run. That's the 1 out that you need if you're Bracken on that play. And she's now gone 10 1/3. Chevalier will be the 49th batter, or 50th batter that Bracken has faced. 160 pitches for the Chargers ace. A drive, and that's a pop-up to Hayes. caught, 2 away. Weininger teased the lead, but didn't go. Obviously, you don't want to in this case. And she will be running on contact for Watson, who steps back up to the plate. 1 for 5 after 7 plate appearances. She's also been walked and had a sacrifice bunt in the second. As a team, the Spartans are 16 for 54, just under 300 as an average. They've walked 6 times and struck out just 3 times. First pitch in the dirt. Weininger, however, stays back at second as Eddie eventually finds it. You don't want to risk getting caught out on the base paths. 2 away here in the bottom of the 15th. It is still game 3 of the regional. Game 1 of day 2. And we have gone longer than 90 the 2 games had before. Runner gets the third as it bounced off of Eddie's glove. The count's going to go 2-0. And Watson has that runner just 66 feet away. And I'll mention, there were 12 innings played yesterday. 7 for game 2 and 5 for game 1. Because the Spartans were able to win via run-ahead rule. We have increased, for the 15 runs that have been in game 1, have fully eclipsed the amount of innings that were in day 1. For now, it's a 2-0 count for Watson. Wide open spot in the middle. Taken low for ball 3. They could choose to walk Watson and bring up DeSimone one more time. DeSimone is 0 for 7. But for now, she gets the green light for another at-bat. Would be her 7th appearance at the plate. She's only gotten on base once. For Watson, it's ready with the 3-0. Ball 4. That is the 6th walk for Bracken. Here comes DeSimone with 1 away, and 2 away, and 2 aboard. The Spartans can see victory just 66 feet away. The Chargers looking for the Kraken to have one more batter to get through. A chance to keep this game going. Checks the wrist. Here's the pitch. Strike 1. She locates a strike. And by the way, I just got word, that's the 100th strike she's thrown in the ballgame. 100 strikes. That is also 166th pitch. Here's number 167 on her 52nd batter. Swing and a miss, it's 0-2. DeSimone went for the off speed and got fooled. Two outs here for the Spartans 8-hitter. And 2 strikes. Looped. Hayes tracking back. Caught. We'll see you in the top of the 16th. Do it for the Chargers. Henderson, Cartran, and Young. Yes, we will be back with more softball. You're watching the 2023 Division II Softball Championship. You will never forget this game.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela Burgess. Incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
So we mentioned earlier, 2 Spartans games have gone this distance. They were 15 innings. And this will now be a top 4 longest game in Tampa Spartan history. It is incredible. And it is still going. Gwen McGinnis, ready after pitching the equivalent of a complete game, is ready for 8th inning in the circle. 6 strikeouts, 3 hits, and 1 extra base hit. Facing off against the batter who did that extra base hit, Henderson, back in the 13th inning.
Number 9, Jada Henderson, the designated player.
Lined up the middle. It is a single for Henderson and her second hit of the ball game.
Number 12, Maddie Cartridge, first baseman.
By the way, this is Alabama-Huntsville's longest ever game. That is right. Actually, they actually have had games. It doesn't say exactly the amount of team. It says innings pitched 13. That could be from a single pitcher, which I really hope Bracken isn't trying to break, is the missed bunt for ball 1. Honestly, I don't even know what records are going to be broken. Let the people that'll have the time afterwards to look at it do so. Cartridge at the plate, yet to get a hit, got on with an error in the first, has been on since, and is looking to make a sacrifice bunt here to advance Henderson to second. Strike 1 taken. Cartridge is a junior from Hazel Green, Alabama. Taking a look at their team, they've got 2 players from Tennessee, a player from Louisiana, and 2 players from Georgia. The rest are Alabama natives. Dropped over to Chevalier, and that is the first out of the inning. Runner on second, and that is going to bring up Young with Eddie on deck. Eddie is going to be the player to watch. She has 2 hits today.
Number 1, Lila Young, the shortstop.
Young is at the plate. McGinnis is on 83 pitches. Sorry, 85 pitches now. Combined with Gelhaus, they have 130, or they have, I can't honestly tell. I'll wait till the end of the inning when it's counted. Anyway, McGinnis going here. It's 0-1. Gets a foul ball here from Young. Taken for ball 1. Young didn't go. Do you bring Gelhaus back? Do you bring in Mary Beth Feldman? I don't think so. You just got to keep letting McGinnis go. 7 1/3. Here is the 1-1 to Young. Driven the left. Fantone tracking and making the catch. Runner stays at second. Eddie at the plate. 2 hits in the game. The junior is one of 3 Alabama-Huntsville multi-hit players throughout this entire 16-inning showdown. Well, if we're being more specific, 15 and 2 sixth-inning showdown. Because we've got 6 sixths in an inning, 2/3 or 3/3. Hard to keep count. First pitch taken for strike 1. I could honestly give you a good estimate of a player's average based on this game alone. Eddie being 2 for 6 is hitting 200 so far. No, that's wrong. 333 so far. That's right. And the count is going to go 0-2. A chance for McGinnis to stay strong here. Foul back. It's 0-2 still. Yo-2 swung on and missed. McGinnis completes her 8th inning with a 7th strikeout. Bulmer, Fantone, Keister. That's a 9-1-2 I've said like 10 times. They are back to lead off the bottom of the 16th.
I
am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Bottom of the 16th, Bracken on 168 pitches. One of her friends up here in the booth said that she's probably going to go until her arm falls off. That really seems like the case. An incredible job from the bullpen. And I have to stress, from the bullpen, where, you know, maybe she was anticipating going the final 3 innings. She is now out here for her 12th inning in the circle. I guarantee you that is her longer start. I don't even care if you try to say that she has a longer start from another crazy Huntsville game. I will not believe you. Anyway, let's start this new inning. Balmer, 2 for 6 at the plate. Had a sacrifice back in the 6th. This is her 7th official plate appearance. The Snake Charmer goes around in the first pitch, but it's going to be ball 1, it looks like. Actually, I have to double check over at third base with Anthony Amato. And again, thank you to Alan Friedman, Richard Cintron, and Anthony Amato. These 3 guys are not going anywhere. They're going to be doing the next 2 games here as well, as we're about to reach 4 p.m., an hour after the original start time that was set for Tuskegee and Missouri College. Oh, and fun fact, Tampa's 4.5 inning victory against Tuskegee now could fit 3 times in this game against Alabama-Huntsville. That is the beauty of sport, fans. That is the beauty of sport. 2-0. Bracken struggling to find the zone again as Balmer takes these first 3. But every single time she's eventually recovered, whether it be the next batter or something else. Balmer's been on base twice. She's 1 ball away from getting on base for a 3rd time. Taken for strike 1. This was a take all the way. And she does so. Here comes the 5th pitch of the at-bat. And a 3-1 count. Will Balmer swing or will Balmer wait to see? Probably better off to wait and see, because if you get on base with a walk, that is the potential go-ahead run. And winning run. This one blooped, and it gets down. It is a leadoff single for Stephanie Balmer. And Fantone steps up to the plate, and I have to say, I really hope Coach Cantor doesn't sacrifice bunt. It hasn't worked any of the times before. There's a saying called, the insanity is, if you do it time and time again, thinking of different results, that's what it is. And while the sacrifice bunt on paper is great, you get a runner on second with 1 out. But at this stage, you got to switch it up. Fantone is a great hitter. Had a triple back in the 3rd. That was 13 innings ago. Well, here's the sacrifice bunt that goes foul. And by the way, if you're hearing some people in the booth, just know that we are just as tired and just as excited as this game continues. Here's the 0-1 for Fantone. 8 at-bats. Has gone on base 5 times with just 1 hit. Now is down 0-2 to Bracken, who is now on 175 pitches. There's still fans still here, and we thank you so much for sitting with this game and watching. That one's going low for ball 1. On deck is Keister, followed by the big 3 of Galehouse, Weininger, and Perkins. Here is the 1-2 to Fantone. Popped up again. It's going deep, but Thompson is under it. 1 away. Here comes Keister to the plate.
No comments can be made because they're all going to be understatements.
Over 230 pitches thrown today, or thrown over the last day and maybe a couple hours, or maybe an hour of change for Bracken. She's gone through 11 1/3 here. Checks the wrist as she faces Keister yet again. Taken for strike 1. 0-1 here in the bottom of the 16th with 2 outs, or 1 out. I almost jumped ahead here as the count goes 1-1. The fastball just missing up high. Drop down with a bunt. Throw to first. So Tampa electing for a sacrifice for Galehouse. They just want Galehouse to get a hit here with 2 away. But also, it's not bad because you then set up Weininger to lead off if Galehouse can't do it. Strike 1 taken. Popped up, going deep left field. Wait a minute, it's off the wall! It's off the wall! We don't care that it's not a home run. Mariah Galehouse has won the second longest game in Spartans history. It is a double with 2 away that brings home the 4th run for the Spartans. We're moved to tears up in the booth. Wow. I was not even ready for it. What a hit by Galehouse. And that's the ball game. What a performance from the Spartans. What a performance from the Mustangs. Mustang fans, we'll see you later. You're playing sometime later tonight, probably at 7, maybe a little bit later, depending on how long this next game goes. All I can hope is that it's over in 7 innings. Spartan fans, we'll see you tomorrow. You face the winner of the 6 and probably now 7 p.m. game. The winning pitcher, after an incredible performance, Gwen McGinnis. No earned runs, 7 strikeouts, 4 hits allowed. The losing pitcher, and very undeserved loss, Bracken. Katie Bracken. 11 2/3. 182 pitches. Wow. I'm Taylor Storworthy, and I've got a lump in my throat. I'll see you in about 30 to 40 minutes. If you're a Mississippi College and Tuskegee fan, it's finally time for pregame warm-ups. See you next time.